Silks, I have a recommendation for Howie Roseman, general manager of the Eagles. Whoever that security dude was at Citizens Bank last night that put the Chuck Bednarik hit on that dude in the outfield, I want to sign his ass. I want that dude on the Eagles tonight. That was one of the greatest open field hits since Bednarik knocked out Frank Gifford. Go get him. Holy cow, man. Security card clothesline. I must have played that thing 10 times, man, watching that guy give that guy a high tackle. I'm like, you got it, man. That's how you have crowd control. Take that MFer out, man. How you doing, man? Whoa. You see the Philly guys fall back on their asses after the guy knocked that guy out, man, and clotheslined him. One of the greatest clotheslines of all time, like I said, since Concrete. Since Concrete did that to Gifford, it's got to be one of the greatest clotheslines in Philadelphia sports history. It was absolutely awesome, man. I mean, the bullpen dudes were coming onto the field to celebrate with the win last night, right? And that guy gets just decapitated. He got leveled last night. That was just hilarious. Hilarious, man. Seriously, I thought Bednarik came out from the grave. And I'm like, look at Concrete. You start calling that guy, hey, that security dude at Citizens Bank, what you do is you start calling him Concrete 2. Concrete 2. I mean, that thing was absolutely awesome. Hey, you know what, man? I'm going to start my show, and most of you are probably going to go like this. Okay, here's Sills complaining again. He's going to start, and he's going to open up complaining. And I am going to open up complaining, okay? So let me get this right. Roger Goodell's contract runs through 2027 now, and he has a fully pensioned and fully with all benefits, and he's the highest paid non-NFL owner in the league today, making $68 million a year. And the players who play in the game aren't fully vested and don't have proper benefits. Damn. You got to love it, man. I don't give a shit about the players. They don't give a shit about that. Most of the players, once they get out, they can't afford health care, proper benefits. They're disabled, many of them. They don't care. But they'll give that sword swallower pension, full benefits. You know why? Because he dies on the vine for him. You got to love it. Don't ever tell me about player safety. Anybody who ever brings it up is just a mouthpiece for the league. You are a mouthpiece. Give a shit about the health of the players. Don't ever talk to me about that. We care about, yeah, really. That's why team doctors are the ones that clear you if you're a player inside those organizations. Don't you think there's a conflict of interest when a doctor gives you the green light to go play? Who's paying them? Oh, the league and the owner. Oh, okay. How much am I making? $50 million. What do you think he's going to say? Now he needs 2 more weeks off. Come on, man. What a contradiction in itself. They lie to you every freaking day. They absolutely lie to you. And by the way, you're right, JM. Players caved. We have the weakest backbone when it comes to our union of any professional North American sport. We are cowards. We hide under our desk. We don't care. The owners beat us up every day. We've never won a strike. We've never won anything in a CBA conversation. We are weak. The NFL Players Association, which is the number. Did you see what you guys did, the Eagles and the Jets game? 26 million people watched Eagles and Jets on Sunday. 26. Can you name me a television show during the week that gets 26 million? Name me one non-sport television show that gets 26 million viewers for 4 hours. Give me one. And yet you treat the actors in that TV show like shit. And the sword swallower gets full benefits. Roger Goodell. Dude, unbelievable. Unbelievable. How you look at that. There's no question. You guys are dead on. Our union, we are cowards. And I'm an NFL Players Association member. I got a card. I got a union card. I'm an NFLPA member. And it's the worst union on the planet. Worst. We're going to get into our topics. We're also going to take a look at the Dolphins here in a second. But I want to throw this out to you too. And listen, guys, I absolutely love the fact that you guys come here because there's so many options out there when it comes to your viewing pleasures, when it comes to talking sports or whatever, just having fun. I tuned on 10 minutes. Hey, Tone, I tuned on 10 minutes of that Pat McAfee show. In my 25 years or 28 years on the air, I've never said anything close. And they aired that thing on ESPN. I heard more F-bombs, more gay innuendos, more whatever than anything I've ever done on the air. And they even run a disclaimer underneath it that the comments and content don't reflect ESPN. And you pay that guy $17 million. Where do I get that deal? Where do I get that deal? You can run a disclaimer. Hey, where do I get that deal? You get this, what they're saying to Pat McAfee. I've never watched it. I watched 10 minutes of it. I was like, I can't believe what I'm hearing, watching. I have never said that. I have never sworn on the radio in my life. I've never seen anything like that's on a network. I've never heard more F-bombs and more gay innuendos in my life. And ESPN is telling him this. We hate you, but because our audience is shrinking, we want you on our network. Man, there's hope yet. There is hope yet. I, in my 28 years, have never said anything inside of a 10-minute window like anything that those guys were saying. I've never heard anything like it. And you're trying to tell me, and you're holding my feet to the fire for something I said 12 years ago, 13 years ago, and I turned 10 minutes on? I wouldn't have finished my segment if I was at Odyssey or iHeart or Beasley. Crazy, man. Hey, I guess it's just who you like and who you don't. I just don't get it. I'm like, I'd never watched that show before. I've never seen it. And they're dropping gay innuendos and F-bombs and shit bombs. And I'm like, man, okay, I guess. Way to go, Pat McAfee. I'm not mad at the player. I'm mad at the game. I'm not mad at Pat. Way to go, dude. Completely take advantage of it. Chip, he's not on the internet. He's on ESPN Network. They air his show on their network. That's not the internet. Okay? The last hour of the show is. The first 2 hours are on the air. After first take. Hey, way to go, Pat McAfee. I love it, man. Just shows you. Hey, it's, I guess, because of your audience. He is on, I get it, I know that, but he's on ESPN Network. Disney. And he's dropping F-bombs and talking gay stuff. Okay, yeah. Chip, I never watched it either. All right, let me get into this here. Okay. Tone has worn me down. You guys have worn me down to where I have to admit this. Okay? You have worn me down. You have worn me down. Oh, I'm going to explain. No, Keon, you're getting there. You're getting there, Keon. So, missing Parsons, a.k.a. Micah Parsons. I guess on a show today that he does, his streaming show, you know, I just wish the media would treat the Eagles and the 49ers when they lose games like fairly compared to when we lose games. And I started thinking about how weak and a wormy comment that was by that missing Parsons player for the Cowboys. Missing Parsons doesn't get it. Okay? The Dallas Cowboys, there's more yeast to that team because people blow everything up with that team. TV ratings dictate that. But what's the difference between the criticism of the Eagles and 49ers and the Cowboys? What's the difference? Micah Parsons, he has selective memory. When I came out, watch this. Going into the Jets game, going into the Browns game, coming out of the Jets game, and coming out of the Browns game, did I have a different opinion of the 49ers and Eagles? No. No. Getting mauled and murdered by the Cardinals and getting annihilated by the Niners. Did I come out of that game and those games thinking something completely different about the Cowboys? You bet your ass. The Eagles and the 49ers don't get killed in games. They lose games. You know why? They're constantly competitive. You don't have any different opinion of those two teams. I do the Cowboys. Dude, he doesn't understand when you get murdered. Hey, I'm trying to think, guys. Help me out here. When is the last time the Eagles got murdered in a game? Had to have been the Tampa game, right? Had to have been the Tampa playoff game? Isn't that the last time they got murdered in a game? Parsons has zero self-awareness. You play for the biggest brand in sports in the world. And he wants to be treated like Philly. Dude, this guy, he's not a wild, he's weird. He's weird. You know what? He's a guy who really believes he's Lawrence Taylor. Dude, there's one thing to believe that you're one of the best players in the NFL, and I subscribe to that. But when you don't have self-awareness, this is why you have pitfalls in your season, because you've got a ton of players who think like that. Can I tell you something that makes me think that Jerry Jones has even had enough of it? You know what Jerry Jones said on his radio show this morning? Jerry Jones goes like this. It was undisciplined, and it was a sloppy win. We had too many penalties as usual, and it really was kind of chaotic. I couldn't believe it. The owner of the Cowboys actually told you what the truth was about a Cowboy win. I'm not sure I've ever heard him say that. To me, that's code. That's code for Jerry to tell his players to shut the fuck up. Get out there and play. I've never heard Jerry Jones, after a win, I've never heard him say that. We didn't play well. It was sloppy. Have you ever heard Jerry Jones criticize? Shit, Jones was saying shit about we had a bad night or something like that about the Niners. He was talking about, hey, wasn't a I mean, like, hey, right? Dude, you guys are right. I never really looked at it from the Eagle perspective on how you guys see Dallas. And maybe how every other team sees Dallas, especially a team that's had more success than Dallas in the last 30 years. I mean, dude. I mean, hey, why don't you criticize the Eagles? What's to criticize? They lost the game. Thank you, Maniac. Correct. Sorry, Aunt Betty. Way to go, dude. Thank you. Hey. Senor, man, dude, I hate the arrogance now, too. And, dude, I love arrogance. I'm arrogant. I know this. Hey, get this. You know what? Get this, though. So are you arrogant. That's why I dig all of you. That's why I dig all of you. Missing Parsons, number 11 for the Dallas Kardashians. They don't get it. The 49ers and the Eagles don't get killed in games. They lose games, but they don't get killed. That's why the criticism is not heavy. I don't come out of that. Get this. Here's the criticism. Here's the criticism of the – watch this. Here's the criticism of the 49ers. Okay. Purdy's got to do better, and Purdy showed me a little bit. Can you really move that team without all the superstars in the offensive huddle? I don't know. You still lost by a field goal, and you still did drive them down there to give them a chance to win the game. Look at the Jets and Eagle game. Okay, the coaching was sporadic. There was a ton of turnovers, and you went like this. The coaching's got to be better. There was nothing to do with effort. Like, have you ever said this in the last 2 years about the Eagles or the 49ers? That's a shitty effort. How many times have we said that about the Cowboys? That's a shitty effort. Dude, the Dallas Cowboys don't have a coach. You know what? I never thought I would ever say this. The Dallas Cowboys have worse coaching from the head coach to the coordinators than what Philly does. That's a fact. But the problem with that is with Dallas, that's gone on for 30 years. That shit's gone on for 30 years in Dallas. This has only gone on for 6 games with the Eagles. There's lies the difference. The Dallas Cowboys have the worst coaching because there's no authority. There's no accountability. Why does Jerry Jones have to have a press conference after every Dallas Cowboy game? I thought that was the head coach's responsibility. Where's the coach's voice? You don't have one. That's why you live in the land of delusion. The Cowboys don't play out of Dallas. They play out of the island of delusion. Delusion Island. It's delusional island. I mean, it's aggravating because they are good, but they'll never, get this, that team will never reach their potential with the way that they're operated and run and coached. Okay? They will never reach their potential. Never reach their potential. Ever. As long as Jerry Jones owns that team. You know my relationship with the Joneses. Okay? You know it. Apologize a little bit about the connection here. It's coming back a little bit. It'll straighten itself out. You know this. I'm in a communist state, so we have to worry a little bit about that, but thank you. I don't get it. Yo, Sills, is Julio going to play Sunday? I don't know. Hey, and before I get into the Dolphins and Eagles, I do want to ask you this. You've had 24 hours to process the Julio Jones sign. Have you had a different opinion of it? Does it give you a different perspective? I was just talking to Tone prior to coming on the air. And I'll say this to you. To me, it's not really just – you signed a player that his name was really good in 2018, 2017. You didn't sign Julio Jones of 2017. You signed some old guy. And my problem is not really the fact that it's Julio Jones. It's just the fact that you have a roster spot where other needs on your team. Why did you sign him? Because he took Quez's spot? Jesus, man. I'm okay with the kid from Atlanta. You need safeties and linebackers and some depth in your corners, and you need stuff like that. Signing Julio Jones, you know what it is? It's window dressing. That's a window dressing sign. I mean, you really think that he's going to help your red zone? Shit, you got one of the most prolific and you have one of the most physical wide receivers in the game. And you sign a guy who's been broken down for 5 years. And how does that help you? You know what it looks good on? It just looks good on a lineup card. I mean, why? What's the point? What? Because it looks – you sign Julio Jones, but you're not signing Julio Jones. You didn't sign Julio Jones. Julio Jones has been done for 5-6 years now. You didn't sign Julio Jones. If the Eagles win, you wear a Hooters shirt Monday. You don't know who I'm picking. I said with the point spread, I'm taking the Dolphins in the 3. I'll tell you who I think wins outright. Okay? I mean, dude. You kidding me? Julio Jones? You didn't sign Julio. You guys really think you signed Julio Jones? You signed Mrs. Jones. You signed Mrs. Jones. You signed Julio Jones. Julio Jones has not been in the league for 5-6 years. Hey, you see we got Julio. No, you didn't. You didn't really sign Julio Jones, and you know that. Remember when Ganon asked Howie for help? Could it be that Brian Johnson is so lost he feels he needs more players? Just the same. Why him, though? Why not Hunter Renfrow? Why not the guy that you, Jarvis Landry? Why not something like that? Too expensive? I don't know. Julio wants to try to get a ring? Okay, I guess. Right? I don't know. I don't know. So what? It's again. How did anyone explain who made the sign? It's a Howie call, right? Okay. 0 assets. Mara doesn't get it. It's the roster spot. It's the roster spot, Mara. It's not that it's nothing. It's the roster spot. You have other needs on that team right now. It's the roster spot. You need corner help, especially this weekend. Unless Julio Jones can play a linebacker or free safety for you. Good night. Pick up your commemorative. I was in the Dolphin game, and they just put 550 yards of total offense on me. How you doing? Yeah. Woo! Hey, wait a minute here. I like that before we move on to the other topic. What's the over-under the Dolphins put up 500 yards on you? What's the over-under? Would you take the over or under that they put up 500 yards of total offense? What's the over-under on that? Over? Hey! Woo! Sills, you got to hit that napkin with them. You got to hit that microphone with a napkin. That dust is no good. Oh, man. Yeah, I know. I see it. I got you. Oh, man. 550, 538, 540, 510. Woo! This thing's going to look like a 4x100. By the way, the Kelly Greens, you want to see some old school Jerome Brown pictures? I posted them on my Twitter page. Some private photos and also some photos that the Tampa Tribune gave me of Jerome and the Kelly Greens. My friend Tim Jenkins, who was Jerome's best friend from Brooksville, had a private picture of Jerome on the field, and he took it. It's him and the Kelly Greens. I can't wait to see that thing, man. Are they wearing the silver pants with it? Are they going to wear the silver pants? Good one, Sills. Mrs. Jones, eat crow come Sunday. Mrs. Jones with a jump ball. Or balls. I don't know. Yes, sir. Are they going to wear the yellow? Are they going to wear the silver pants? Or the white pants with those Kelly Greens Sunday? Does anyone know? Tua versus Jalen Hurts. Oh, I forgot to tell you. So Marcus Spears, who covers the NFL, said he would much rather have Tua Tagovailoa than Jalen Hurts as his starting quarterback. Oh, man. Marcus Spears, who covers the league for ESPN, was asked the question, who would you want as your quarterback, Tagovailoa? Or would you rather have Jalen Hurts? And he said, I'd rather have Tua. Oh, wow. Last year, this guy was looking for his chiclets on the football field because this guy was wobbling around like a weeble. Your guy last year was in the running for the MVP, and now you got people in the NFL, an analyst in the NFL saying, just in 1 year, I don't know, man. Jalen just doesn't look the same. Leads us to our topic. Oh, by the way, I want to show you something because I like to do this comparison. I put my top 10 list out for quarterbacks, and I do it every single Tuesday. CBS comes out with theirs, and I like to compare to see what the national media and guys in our area and what we're doing, if they think the same thing as us. So before I get back into the ass of your coaches, this is what the CBS guys think. And I'll go from 10 up. They got CJ Stroud 10. I have CJ Stroud 6. I have Dak 10. They got Kirk Cousins 9. I've got Trevor Lawrence 9. I don't know what you're looking at with Kirk Cousins. He's got great numbers. This is what Tone was talking. You can have great numbers and have a shitty team. Second-ranked offense in the NFL. Then you look at Kirk Cousins' numbers, you're like, this guy's having this insane year. How's his team doing? His team's going nowhere. CBS has Jalen Hurts 8th. Shit, even I have Jalen Hurts 7th. I got Matthew Stafford 8. I think Matthew Stafford's had a good year. CBS says that Jalen Hurts is playing the 8th best football in the league quarterback. Was he ranked the top 103rd player, whatever you guys were calling it? They got Lamar Jackson ranked ahead of him at 7. I have Hurts at 7, as I said. I actually didn't have Lamar ranked in my top 10. They got Justin Herbert ranked 6th, Hurts 8th. I got Herbert not ranked. You know why? You got to win, kid. You can't be throwing grounders like you play for the Dodgers. That guy throws more grounders in the 3rd and 4th quarter than Mookie Betts does throwing to second base. Justin Herbert's overhyped. Absolutely. It's totally the turnovers. Or Jalen would be up that list higher. Okay? Stop that, Cab. He said with 6 games played, he would take 2. Yeah, whatever, Prince. I got golf 5. No, CBS has golf 5. I have golf 4. I have Purdy 5. They have Purdy 4th. So we're right there. And we were right on our top 3 quarterbacks. They have Mahomes 3rd. I have Mahomes 3rd. They have Josh Allen, CBS 2nd. I have Josh Allen 2nd. They have Tua 1. And Big Sills had Tua 1. Damn! I'll show you something that's really cool, though, later on in the program and how people still are perceiving you, the people that have the money. All right. Let me get to your let me get to our topic of the day. Okay? Will the Eagles coaching staff get better by the end of the year? Yes or no? And are you more worried about the team getting better or the coaches getting better? Do you think that the Philadelphia Eagle coaching staff will get better by the end of the year? Because I do not. They're not going to get better. How? That's a philosophy. So you think a coordinator is just going to change the way he approaches a game? He's going to have an epiphany and wake up in week 9. Oh, let's do this. Don't you understand? That's why the coordinating duties were taken away from Nick. Nick Sirianni had his play calling duties stripped from him by Howie because they thought it was in the best interest. What was the cover? That he'd be more of a delegator. Who made that call? Was it Nick? Highly unlikely. Not when you've been a play caller your entire life and you were brought in to Philadelphia to be a play calling head coach. Well, when the Eagles found that was not going to happen and they realized he wasn't that good of a play caller in the RPO, they took it away from him. So, do you think this coaching staff gets better? You got the Miami Dolphins this weekend. The Miami Dolphins. Do you honestly believe that he out-coordinates Brian Johnson, Vic Fangio? JM says the Dolphins have been inflating their stat lines against the worst defenses in the league. And you've been playing the shittiest teams in the league. Have you played one team with a winning record outside the Bucs? And I wouldn't call the Bucs world beater. that team will probably win 6 games by the end of the year. You're talking about the Bucks right now and hanging your hat on that Bucks game like you do in college football when you play a team early in the season, when you know for a fact that offense ain't going anywhere. That offense ain't shit. And Tampa, defense is good, but you ain't played a team that's worth the shit too. And most of these teams have eaten you up when it comes to pass defense. You're not very good. Zach Wilson beat you. Zach Wilson had a higher quarterback rating than Jalen did in that game. Do I think he outplayed Jalen? Absolutely not, even with the 3 picks. And they beat you. That's coaching. It's crazy how you sit here and you go, well, let's move on. And you have to address these things. I just got through telling you that the Cowboys are delusional. The Cowboys are delusional. Look at what this guy just says, the Jets defense, or Sue says. They were giving up 159 yards on the ground going into that game. What are you talking about? It's not just one game. It's not just, it's a trend. Their pass defense was terrible. Their run defense was terrible. And you're going to try to go, oh, so they were better than you on defense? The Jets. Can you explain the Eagles are 2 to 2.5 favorites in most books? I was hoping to get them to 3.5. Vet, I'd take that number now if you're going to bet the Dolphins, because I think by the time kickoff comes, I think that number will be even lower. Okay? I don't know where you what. Now here, I'll say this to you about the Dolphins, and we've had 2 people on. By the way, Philly 500 is going to join us at 5:30 Eastern. The segment with Tone will join us at 3:30. So that's how the day schedules out here. I will say this to you. This is a tell me game about the Miami Dolphins. Let's do this here with the Dolphins. This is a tell me game about the Dolphins, because I will give it to you. When you take a look at some of the opponents that they've played, you've got to really look at it like this. The only team that they really had to get into a game with that was really well coached and there's a lot of talent was Buffalo, and they lost. Okay? So there's some of a point to that, and you're right. There is a point to that. I would say this going into this Dolphin game. The Eagles have to be more balanced as a team. I don't want to hear delusional Brian Johnson telling me at a press conference he's happy with the 45 passes and being shut out in the second half of a football game, and he's happy with the way. Look at how he talks. He talks like an inexperienced, one-dimensional, one target. You know, I'm even becoming more of this on Johnson. It's not that Jalen Hurts is a one-read quarterback. It's your coordinator's a one-read coordinator. It's more important to him to have the quality targets for one guy, and the rest of those guys, fool's gold targets. They're not really big targets. How many times did you see Goddard all year long in double coverage when they were throwing him the ball? Why do you think you're getting tips? More so this year, and crazy turnovers this year, because you're throwing more to those other guys. Why do those other guys have to play in traffic when AJ's wide open? They're scheming to get AJ wide open. They're scheming to get him open. They're using those other guys, as we said yesterday, as a decoy. I mean, there's no question. He's a one-dimensional, get this. The numbers this year compared to last year, if you looked at them without watching the game. Yeah, you know what somebody says this to me? Sileo doesn't watch the game. No, what you're doing is actually you're watching the numbers. because you see basically the same points and you see the same amount of yardage and go, we're just as good as a year ago, when you know you're not. When you know you're not. Then explain this to me. Last year, you were boat racing teams early in the year. How come this year every team is in games with you with far lesser talent and the worst offense in the NFL beat you? How's that possible? The worst offense in pro football beat you last Sunday. How's that possible? If you're so dominant. Explain it. If you're such a dominant offense, how did the worst offense in the NFL put points on you? And if you say turnovers, whoa. Well, what's leading to that? Your approach. And like NS said, because the coaching sucks. Correct. And that's why I throw this at you. You think that's getting better? Okay? You know, I saw a comment in here. Someone said poor execution. Poor execution? Your guys are not open. Your other players on your football team are not open like they were a year ago. You know, if Dallas Goedert doesn't get hurt, he's probably a third guy in that collection of receivers and pass catchers that would have had 1,000 yards. Hey, Tone, am I right when I say that? That if Goddard didn't get hurt, he'd be right around 1,000 yards, 950, 75 catches, something like that for a tight end. He would have been right around that 950, right? Right around there. Okay, if he doesn't get hurt. He's not. Get this. He may play 17 games. He ain't getting 800 yards. He'll play more games, less targets, less yards. Devontae Smith, too. Devontae Smith is regressing in this offense. Don't you see this? You got a one-target guy. AJ's playing well. It's like watching a shooter in the NBA get his points, and you shut down the rest of the guys. Good teams are going to shut down LeBron. You know what this team looks like a little bit? It looks like that first Cavalier team that went and played at the Spurs in the finals. Why does the offense look so uncomfortable? Because they're not creating good offensive pass routes for the other guys on the team, and they're establishing the wrong guys. You're establishing Swift in the pass game, and you're establishing, early on they were, Kenneth Gainwell in the run game. I don't think they really have an idea, or he doesn't have an idea. That where I'm going right now is, how is he going to get better here? What is he fundamentally going to do? Or is Jalen going to step up and show some leadership and say, this is not working, like Brady did on the sidelines with Bruce Arians, and said this to him: we can't have the no risk it, no biscuit. We've got to go back to check down. This comes down to leadership with Hurts, too. He's got to say something. You know what's the indicator he doesn't say anything? He knew better not to throw that pass. He knew better. I believe it in my heart. He knew better not to throw that pass. Anybody sitting in the stands, at home, at Geno's, anywhere, would have said this. Minute 34, we're up in the game. The worst offense in pro football has to go 45 yards to kick a field goal. We punt the ball. There's not a chance in hell, especially the way Hassan Reddick was playing. That guy's going to put them in a field goal position to win. No way. No way. I think there's got to be better communication. If there's a time to say something, this would be the time, Jalen. Last week, can I say this to you on Jalen's side of this? I think last week against the Jets may actually elevate Jalen Hurts' leadership role even more. Because there's one thing, and again, Tone, everyone, I'm gonna say it one more time to you. I'm not throwing any shade at Mark Farzetta or anybody who's Jalen Hurts wasn't rattled. He's confused about his own team, not about the opponent. You think Jalen Hurts was nervous about the Jets, who had been steamrolled all year long on defense? You really think that? You really think a guy who was going into that game at 4-1 was rattled for the first time since he been an Eagle quarterback? That he got rattled? He's did he look confused? Yeah, because you're like, why are we doing some of these situational play calls? To me, I think Jalen Hurts needs to take more of an ownership of this offense. This is where I'm going. He is not a puppet. I'll tell you what happens when you're a guy like Hurts. And I would say this to you. When you've been around some of the greatest coaches of all time and you trust these guys, you're going to give them as much rope as possible to put you in a position to succeed. And the Eagles, for pretty much 3 years, have put Jalen Hurts in a position to succeed. They really have. Why wouldn't you trust that? They paid him. Him to start kicking his heels up and talking about the play calling and the way they're going about business. I don't know if that's in his nature right now to do. But when you lose a game like that, that's why when you have a player meeting after a game and you start talking about accountability, that's the first sign to me that Hurts is going to take more control of the team. Jalen needs to realize he has the money. He's the franchise. He better start throwing his weight around in those meetings. Right. And by the way, you have to know how to throw your weight around. You have to know how to throw your weight around in an organization like Philly. You just can't be arrogant because they're not going to tolerate that because there's only one arrogant guy in the building. So you got to maneuver around that, even with the money. Wentz had the money. They'll get rid of your ass. They don't want that kind of attitude. So you've got to be actually more of a political positioning guy on how you approach this. Upset Jalen still wouldn't throw a protest pick. If Mahomes or Brady doesn't want to do something, it's not going to happen. How many times have you seen Patrick Mahomes on the sidelines when Bieniemy was in Kansas City and those guys bitching? I remember Bieniemy taking their headsets off going like this. Here, you want to be part of this? You want to call the plays? Remember Andy Reid coming over? Remember him throwing a bitch at that? I don't want to do that. That's what I've never seen Hurts do that. All I've seen is, Nick Sirianni going over, giving him shit. Well, dude, when are people going to give those coaches on the offensive side more shit? And I'm not talking about the media and hammerheads like me. I'm talking about players in that locker room. Like Lane going. So the only time I've ever seen anybody say anything against the coaches is when Lane said, let's go. And he wanted to keep running the ball. Okay? Show me a moment in Jalen Hurts' career in Philly where he's contradicted those shit. If there's a time to contradict shitty coaching, don't you think it's now? As you're getting into the heat of your season? Or are we making that up too? Funny. When I watch Mahomes and Brady and Manning, and I watch players like that, I see them contradicting coaches all the time on the sidelines. We're not running that. I'm not running that. How many times have you seen Aaron Rodgers or any of those guys take a delay of game because they're not running that play? They'd rather put the team in a position to make you have to kick. You know how many times I saw Brady sometimes? Remember when Bill O'Brien and him were screaming on the sidelines at one another? Do you remember why that was? Because O'Brien wanted to call a play. Brady didn't want to play. You know what he did? He ran the clock out. They had delay a game. They went over to the sideline, and O'Brien knew Brady did it on purpose. And that's when he went like this. You're fucking right, I did. We're not running that. And that's when Belichick had to go over there and separate him. There's your context. And by the way, Jalen Hurts in his third year, hey, what are you talking about? He makes $50 million a year. What are you saying? Well, he's only in his third year. He's the fourth highest paid quarterback in the league for a reason. What are you talking about? That 3-year thing is over. You're not talking about a 3-year player. You talk about a 3-year player when a guy's on a rookie contract and he ain't making shit. When you got money like that wrapped around one player, what did Boomer Esiason say? Remember this? Hey, Tone, that statement that Boomer said is so it's so to the point. You got to learn how to play with that contract. And I think that means a lot like this. You got to learn when to say something, when not to say something. You got to learn to be a leader. You got to learn when to do things. Maybe it's not conventional. I mean, there's more intangibles and more responsibility when you got that kind of money wrapped around you. Okay? Tone's like, Hurts is a veteran. This is his team, not Nick's. Right, Nick? This ain't Nick's team. This ain't Nick Sirianni's team. That's what you got in Dallas, the problem. That's not Dak's team. It's Jerry Jones' team. And dude, you want to develop that. You want Jalen Hurts to take more ownership of the offense. How many people, get this, how many people think that Jalen Hurts is taking ownership of this offense? You guys want to blame Brian Johnson. Well, when does Jalen Hurts have some balls and say, this is my count now, and this is my say here? You know the only person that can turn the offense around is Jalen Hurts. It ain't Brian Johnson. Maybe this makes him an even better leader than what he already is. Someone goes, do we really want that? Well, yeah, I do. Yeah. He isn't the coach. He isn't the coach. I see. Remember something. When you're putting a game plan together for your quarterback and it's his system, who's more important in that process, the play caller or the quarterback? You're not there for you. You're there to help him. This is not a two-way street. That's the problem you have in Philly with this coordinator and with every coach that's hired. They think they have equal responsibility. No, you don't. You're there to help him. You're there to assist him. You're there to get the best out of him using his skill set, not your ideology and philosophy on how you move the sticks. This is not a democracy. This is not a democracy when you're the franchise quarterback and you make $50 million. This is not. Brian Johnson's not there for Brian Johnson. He thinks he is. These fans don't get it. So basically what they're saying is Hurts' word doesn't trump Sirianni's. That's bullshit. This is Hurts' train. Sirianni's just there to shovel the coal into the furnace. Absolutely. Let me tell you, I'll give you this. Hey, these guys don't know. Hey, Tone, it's okay because they don't know what they're talking about because they've never been in a huddle or in a situation like this. Jimmy Johnson used to always say this: how can we help you become a better player? And he usually would say it 3 times. How could we help make you a better player? How can we help you to become a better player? On the 3rd time, if you weren't a better player and you didn't ask for the help, you got replaced. You were replaced. Because they're there for the players. This is not equal partnership as a coach. My God almighty. Did you guys actually think that Sirianni has authority over Jalen Hurts at $50 million? Nick Sirianni is a puppet. The Julio Jones signing should even tell you that. Even more. So Nick went to them and said, let's sign Julio. Oh, goes right. If he did do that, it's right down the case of shitty coaching and shitty personnel decisions. Hurts is not there to help Sirianni be better. This is it right here with Tone. This is coaching 101. Hurts is not there to help Sirianni get better. Sirianni's there to help him get better and play better. It's a total one-way street. No coach in this league has more power than the franchise quarterback. That's why I started the show out by saying delusional Dallas, that's the only place in the league that exists. Bottom line, there's only one person that can make your offense better. Firstly, Jalen will never throw someone off the bus. Jets game was a wake-up call. We will riot in the streets if the mediocrity continues. 88, there's only one guy, and it's not your coaching staff, that's going to turn this thing where you put that offense back into a Super Bowl contender. By the way, you know what? Most idiotic fans will look at the numbers like Tone and I were talking prior and go, well, they're doing almost the same thing they did a year ago. Minus turnovers, though. Turnovers get you beat. Not being second in the NFL? What would you rather be? Have the least amount of turnovers in the NFL? Or would you rather have the second-ranked offense? Who's going to win more games? I will even take it this far. If Mahomes didn't want Reed there anymore, he would not be there. That'd be a power struggle. But, hey, who do you think the Hunts are going to side with? Andy Reid or Mahomes? If Patrick Mahomes demanded a trade and wanted out and said he didn't want to play for Andy Reid anymore, what do you think Kansas City would do? Move Mahomes so that you can bring in Carson Wentz? By the way, we're not just talking about the Jets game. Oh, I know. Love this comment. Well, it's early in the season. Well, this week it'll be week 7. We're almost to the halfway point of the year. And still early. Fantastic. Your quarterback is the only person that, hey, how about this? Your quarterback is the only person, do you agree or disagree, that can turn this around? Yes or no? And what does that entail? Do you actually believe that your coaches are going to get better? Or do you believe the only person in the building that could turn this around is the quarterback. Some of you think it's the coaches. Coaches are not here for them. Coaches benefit from players. Every time you throw 28-11 at me, Nick Sirianni benefits from the organization and the players on the field. Nick has nothing to do with it. He's a pawn. He doesn't play call. He cheerleads. He lies at press conferences. He makes no decisions in personnel. What's his role? He's a good dude. Congratulations. He falls on the sword for his coordinators. I mean, get this. In the last 2 years, Nick Sirianni's fallen on the sword for Brian Johnson and Jonathan Ganon. That's all I need to know. That is all I need to know. Here's a great example of what I'm talking about where Steve doesn't get it. George Seifert had a great record. You ever see George Seifert's record in San Francisco? George Seifert goes to, oh, wait a minute. How about Belichick right now? Where's all these 13-win seasons? Where's the 13-win seasons in the Super Bowls? He hasn't won a playoff game in 5 years. What's going on? What's going on in New England? What went on with Seifert in Carolina? What's going on in Green Bay now without Rodgers? What's going on? What happened? Did those guys benefit from having a franchise quarterback around him or no? Because if you're telling me that those coaches are super important to the team, why when those quarterbacks leave, your team sucks? Because you're a pawn. If these guys are so important to winning, how come every time a quarterback leaves? That guy up there in Green Bay, how many years in a row did he have 13 wins? 3? Aaron Rodgers leaves. That team in Green Bay looks terrible. Oh, what do you mean? He's a pawn. Nick Sirianni. Doug, or Brian, is it? Or Doug Johnson, doesn't matter. Those guys are not good coaches. They're not. They're benefactors of great play by the players that are in that locker room. How many people believe, hey, how about this one? Hey, Tone. Tone's going to join us at 3:30 Eastern time. So you think Nick Sirianni could go to Chicago and turn that thing into a 13-win season? You think Nick Sirianni could take over Chicago and they win 13 games? Do you really? With that organization? What's his name? Ryan Poles, the GM? Really? I do believe that Sean McVay could go someplace and win. That's a play calling guy who gets it. I'm going to hire a great D coordinator. And at the end of the day, I'm going to take care of the offense, and I'm a play caller. And at 39 years of age, this guy's won 2 NFC titles and a Super Bowl, and he's still the youngest coach in the league. Sean McVay and the guy in Miami that you're going to see this weekend, the guy in Kansas City, probably the guy in Seattle, have to give the credit to New England and the guy in Pittsburgh. Those are your best coaches in the sport. How good is Reed without Mahomes, Vic, or McNabb? Well, again, Latin, that's the organization bringing those players in. The organization brought those players in. By the way, he underachieved with McNabb. He underachieved with Vic. Mahomes, it's working out. But here's the deal. Since John Dorsey has left, I'll make this point to you. How many people believe when you see Tyreek Hill this weekend? When you see Tyreek Hill this weekend, do you think it was good in the short term to get rid of Tyreek Hill in Kansas City? But in the long run, do you think that hurts Mahomes down the line? The past 2 years, the talent on the team has had to win in spite of the coaching. Look at the talent Staley has. And what do you say? And why do we say he has to go? Yeah, because they're not living up to the talent. I'll make that point to you about Tyreek Hill. Okay? Sills, what do you think about Jerry Rice playing at a very high level until he was 41? If you're trying to tie that into Julio Jones, you might want that one back. In the short term, the Chiefs decided to stay with Travis Kelce. And in the long run, the offense doesn't look the same. Hey, do you think the offense at Kansas City looks the same with lesser talent? You think there's lesser talent? There's lesser talent in Kansas City. They look beatable. You know why? Andy Reid's got more say in personnel. John Dorsey didn't find the talent. Who do you think found Patrick Mahomes? Andy Reid? John Dorsey's people did. You think they knew that there was a quarterback in Lubbock, Texas? Honestly. You know, you always hear these people talking about, well, he was listening to the scouts. Scouts? Here's an even bigger misconception. Anytime you hear people, scouts love this guy. Who? What scouts? Area scouts? 40-yard dash scouts? Or head of personnel? Or general managers? Those are the decision makers. Not some stupid-ass area scout who walks into a place, watches 10 minutes of film, runs a guy in a 40, and it goes like this. The guy looks like a great athlete. He's got some nice tape. You might want to take a look at him. Anytime I hear people go, well, scouts like this guy. What scouts? Area scouts? Are you talking about a head of pro personnel? Or are you talking about the head of college personnel? Are you talking about the general managers? Don't be snowed by that dumbass media made-up stuff. That's made up. You know how many area scouts the Eagles have? Probably 40. Well, the Eagle Scouts, who? A guy in Midland, Texas? A non-decision maker? Because he said he was fast. That's what you got with Jalen Reagor. He had an area scout go like this. He's fast. He's very athletic. And then guess what? You didn't really do your due diligence on him. And they got caught up by that area scout. That's not happening anymore. And that's what happens when you lose personnel people in your front office like Andrew Berry, Joe Douglas. Those people have checks and balances with those area scouts when you're talking about evaluating players. The experts say. Who's that? Some guy in Lubbock, Texas, who runs 40s for the Eagles on a part-time basis. Oh, okay. Yeah, I might want to send my pro personnel guy down to see the guy. Take a look at the Eagle. Take a look at the Eagle coaching staff and take a look at how many area scouts you have. I think there's like 20. All right. Hey, guys, do me a favor. We are in the midst of registering people for our great giveaway with Hooters. All you have to do is fill out the email address, dansileoshow@gmail.com. Tone will throw out a code word throughout the entire 4-hour program. All you guys have to do is send us your information, and you could end up becoming a winner. There'll be a code word throughout the entire 4-hour show. Simple as that. We're celebrating the 40th anniversary of our great friends at Hooters. And in each and every single Monday, we will name a winner on a football Monday. We do this from Tuesday all the way to Friday. Again, please do me a favor. dansileoshow@gmail.com. Email us the code word and all your information for you to qualify for an opportunity at winning those gift certificates. We've been giving out gift certificates each and every single week. Even our friend Maniac ended up winning. And last week's winners, Daniel and Darian, all were winners, and maybe that could be you this coming football Monday. Don't forget also, it's the 40th anniversary of our great friends at Hooters, all the way from Rhode Island down to King of Prussia, all the 7 great locations. There's so many great specials and events going on at every one of the locations. Go to northeasthooters.com to find that location nearest you, all in the Jersey area, Rhode Island, King of Prussia. Hey, if you don't want to go to any one of the places, use the app, HootersToGo.com. Tuesday, buy 10 wings, get 10 free. That's right, man. How about Wing Wednesdays, right? 1983. That's the price, but it's also the year that Hooters was founded with Ed Drosky and Bob Passwater and Denise Williams. It's been around, and they celebrated on a party the other day. That's what Gary was telling me, head of operations for the Northeast Hooters, that they had their 40th anniversary party, and it was just off the chain. NortheastHooters.com. That's NortheastHooters.com. And when you go into any one of the locations, do me a favor, tell them Big Sil sent you.
Football and Hooters, the perfect pair.
If you own a company and you're not producing a podcast, you're missing out. The public consumes messaging when they're ready. Join the professional podcast network of companies and let JAKIB Media Partners put you in the podcast arena. Come to our professional studio, or we'll come to your place of business and professionally produce your company podcast. Call JAKIB Media right now at 267-261-3428. 267-261-3428.
Heading down the shore, have a ball once more.
Here, imaginations run wild and time stands still. Because here, you can find the best of the Jersey Shore, all on one 5-mile island. So leave the old you behind and get lost in the woods.
Wild, wild, wild wood days.
Score and save in southeastern PA and Delaware with Colony Pools this football season, and let the experts close your pool with a custom Merlin safety cover in green for the birds. And if you join our Winter Watch team, we'll give you another 20% off, and Colony Pools will handle it all. Keep your tiles on your pool, not in your pool. Fly with Colony right now, Birds fans. Visit flywithcolony.com. EAGLES, Eagles.
Big Sil's National Football Show. Appreciate you guys coming aboard. I got to read this here to you. And look at how the NFL did this whole Jonathan Gannon thing. Kind of like, covert. Listen to this. This is the Jonathan Gannon new rule. Without having to tell you. And if you notice, it's really not made the rounds. This just came out from the league this morning. In an effort to create a more level playing field for head coaching candidates, the NFL and its clubs voted to hold all in-person head coaching interviews after the conclusion of all divisional playoff games, effective immediately, the league said in a statement. Jonathan Ganon is meeting face-to-face during the week of the divisional rounds for the head coaching job of the Arizona Cardinals. And then after that, in person in Arizona, where the Super Bowl was held, where he eventually got the job. I don't know what else to say to that. NFL released a statement today on interview processing. Why would they change the rule? Ganon. 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 NFL changed the rule because of the way the Jonathan Ganon people lied about the hiring procedures and how that whole thing went down. I think that even puts even more of a shit taste. That even more puts more of a shit taste in my mouth for the way that guy handled himself with you. Threw your coach under the bus, threw your entire organization under the bus, and you weren't able to hire Fangio. Looks like the side's going to be okay. He looks like a good coordinator. But damn, dude. Your coaching and Howie's handling of that hurt your chances to win the Super Bowl. Meddling. That's meddling. The NFL changed that rule because of how it was done in Philly. And to the point, Tone said this last year. He thinks there's more to it, as I did. And that's why Howie kept giving you that prepared statement when he was on with Florio. You don't change hiring procedures to call it more level playing field if you think somebody was being subversive in the lead up to the Super Bowl. You're damn right. Some of you in here are probably going like this. I don't give a shit. Well, you should, because it's an organizational behavior. If they're capable of doing that, or Nate Sudfeld, or any of the other stupid shit you see sometimes happening, they're capable of doing anything at an opportunity time for them. That just shows you this guy has his hand in too many things. Dude, Howie Roseman can get you to the Super Bowl. He sure can. Him winning it again? I don't know. I really don't know. And personally, the only reason, and get this, the one guy that helped him win the Super Bowl is the one guy you didn't have to win it and close the deal. A strong-minded head coach. He'd rather go with lesser coaches. That's the problem you're in now. The problem you're in now is because of Howie's insecurities, because he doesn't want to be swept to the broom closet again. And he doesn't want to have to go through a tug of war with another coach like Doug. Tell me I'm wrong. And that cost you in that game. It's costing you now potentially the opportunity at winning. You don't have a Super Bowl coaching staff. You get into that game against a good football team and a good quarterback, the lesser team will beat you again. The lesser team beat you Sunday. Don't you see this? You're 22-2 and you're 5-1, and it doesn't mean shit. You are so blinded. Holy cow, I cannot believe the amount of shit people tell you, and you consume it like that's fact. You had a strong-willed coordinator. You had a strong-willed offensive coach in Doug. You had people in the room fighting for their players, showing leadership in the locker room. Dude, do you actually think Nick Sirianni is an upgrade from your last coach? You're high. Do you actually think Doug Peterson would hire Sean Desai and Brian Johnson as coordinators for his football team? You're high. You are high. Those guys would never be on a Doug Peterson coaching staff unless they were assistants like wide receiver coaches or DB coaches or shit like that. You would never see that. You would never see them in positions of coordinators. They would be on like position coaches. Sean Desai he's doing a good. Brian Johnson is a quarterback coach. He ain't a coordinator. He's a quarterback coach. Look at Jim Schwartz, the last jobs that he's had. He's won a Super Bowl for the Eagles. Now he's got a historic defense in Cleveland. Least amount of yards since 1970 in the merger in Cleveland. Oh, and who hired him? Let me guess. Andrew Berry and Kevin Stefanski. Brilliant hire. That's a coordinator. Historic things. Even the Ravens and the Buccaneers haven't done. I'm telling you, that Cleveland team, they get that situation figured out with the quarterback, and Kareem Hunt gets his wheels under him again. Cleveland is going to be an enormously tough out. Enormously tough out. Chris Russo was killing Sirianni today. Of course he was. He should be killing Brian Dable too. Because that guy's a one-year wonder. I don't see it right now. And get this, shows you the kind of say that he had in that building. You gave Daniel Jones that money and you were cool with it. If you were cool with it, that's also on you. That's also on you. Dirty D goes, I think Desai has a bright future. Yeah. Yes, sir. I'll tell you, Dirty D, the thing that I loved about him, he knew that his secondary in that ramp. I'll tell you, the significant moment for me that turned for me on Desai was the Rams game. It was totally the Rams game. Okay? I mean, and by the way, I think they're more creative in their pass rushing stunts when they use their front seven. And now that Reddick is getting healthier, he's a bullet the last two games. He's been a force. And this guy is moving pieces around in the right. I'll tell you something else he did. There's two things that Sean Desai did that I loved. How many times was he playing guys in practice during the offseason and during preseason at different positions, trying guys out in the slot, moving guys around different positions, because he was preparing for the war of attrition in case they had to move somebody around. He was preparing for how he could use other guys if they were limited in talent. What does that tell you? He ain't going to go crying to Howie like Ganon did because he needs 2 more defensive tackles. He was going to figure it out with the people he had on the roster. That's creativity. And in the Rams game, did you see Kupp last week? Kupp was sensational. Boy, I'll tell you what, man. Years ago, I kind of debated he was a guy, and then he had that one good year. He is elite. He runs. You know what? He's a white guy, Devontae Smith. He totally is. Him and Devontae, he's maybe bigger and a tad bit more physical, but they remind me a lot alike. Cooper Kupp and Devontae Smith run routes like the same guy. They look like the same when they're route running. Cooper Kupp, and he might be quicker off the line, just a tad. Okay? Fly says that Smitty needs to stop pouting, step his game up. I don't really think it's that. I think they're not getting him open. I actually do think Desai has a future. I really do. I think Sean Desai's doing a heck of a job, man. Get this. Sean Desai could make himself a candidate for a head coaching job this week alone. Do you understand that? And Brian Johnson could get his duties taken away this week on this game alone. Do you understand how important this game is for both those coordinators? Look, the players, hypothetically, if you lose it, you're 5-2, they're going to move on. Again, it's a good team. This is more of telling us a little more about who the Dolphins are than who the Eagles are, because the Eagles have to figure this thing out. More so Jalen Hurts does. But Sean Desai, he shuts down that offense. He's going to be a top candidate for a head coaching job, especially after what you're seeing with DeMeco Ryans doing down in Houston. Okay? Brian Johnson is trending up to be a head coach. Let's do the segment here with our friend Tone. We bring him on here.
Big Sales, how you doing, sir?
All good. Tone, what do you make of the comment that I said the only person that could change this offense around, it's not Brian Johnson, it's Jalen Hurts?
I agree. I agree with you 150%. Look, at the end of the day, Jalen Hurts is the guy with the bag of money. And the investment is what's important. You feel me? It's all about the investment. Nick Sirianni, people can run up the wall for him. I'm a Doug guy, and I'm going to always be a Doug guy. And I'm going to always put Doug above Nick Sirianni. You know why? Nick Sirianni probably got there, but Doug ended up winning it. So I'm always going to put Doug ahead of Sirianni. But in terms of Jalen, this is his train. This is his franchise. He's the quarterback of this thing. If Jalen Hurts doesn't want something to happen, it's not going to happen. And I think that's what a lot of people need to understand. Jalen Hurts is such a coachable guy. He has so much respect for authority. He's a coach's kid. So he has so much respect for authority and so much respect for people who claim to know what they're doing. So he's going to, and also think about the programs he comes from in college. He comes from the Nick Saban tree, the Lincoln Riley tree, right? He respects those guys. And when you play for Alabama, you're going to respect authority. So that's already embedded in him to be coachable and to kind of just ride the wave. I think this is a point in time where it's time for you to take the bull by the horns and realize, hold on, wait, I'm the franchise. I'm the guy. Remember, he was uncomfortable at that press conference when he got the money. Remember?
Yeah, totally.
He was uncomfortable. So you can tell that's, him having that kind of financial responsibility is shaky for him. Not saying that he doesn't know how to lead, because he's a leader. He knows how to lead his men. He knows how to lead his team. But I think there comes a point in time where you have to sit in those meetings and say, hold on, wait, Nick, we're not doing that. Or it's third down and it's less than 2 minutes left and they don't have any timeouts. They're not driving the ball. Let's just punt. Let's run it. You know what I'm saying? So I have more faith in Jalen Hurts to turn this thing around than I do Nick Sirianni. And Hurts has to be the one to do it.
How about this, Tone? I didn't realize that people in Philly and around the country thought that this was a democracy, that coaches had
Nah,
as
never
much
had been.
say over a $50 million player, like you just said, with the investment, that the coach is, his call supersedes what the franchise quarterback wants. Like you said, if Patrick Mahomes demanded a trade and wanted out of Kansas City, and he did not want to play for Andy Reid would not be the head coach there. Because what are you going to do? You're going to bring in the lesser guy for Andy Reid to lose games?
Or
That's
what are you going to
counterproductive.
do? Or this, what are you going to do? Put Andy out there and throw passes? You know what I'm saying? So
I mean, this notion that Nick Sirianni and all these coaches have say. You're there to help the player.
Another perfect
You're
example.
here to tell the player, what do you need for you to be successful? Jalen Hurts is not there for Nick Sirianni or Brian Johnson. Those coaches are there to maximize. And this is part of the problem in the philosophy when Howie hires, okay, is because those coaches feel empowered, Tone, because they were hired by the GM, not the head coach. It's like the Jerry Jones factor. They feel Dan Quinn feels empowered because he was hired by the owner. These assistants were empowered. So they feel they have say on what dude, you don't.
I'll give you another example. Lamar Jackson wanted a new OC. What happened? And none of us thought anything was wrong with that offense, right? We all thought, hold on, wait. You know, he's an MVP, led the league in touchdowns. You know, they're constantly in the playoff hunt. No one thought anything was wrong with that offense. But you know what? He did. And you know what happened? He got that money and they got a new OC. So that's another example of the quarterback is the conductor of this thing. You want to see a good head coach? I'll show you good players. You get what I'm saying?
Oh, absolutely. Look at New England right now.
Exactly. So my thing is, I wish some fans, and I'm realizing a lot of fans do understand what we're talking about. But I wish a lot more would just give Jalen Hurts more credit than what they're giving him. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's the franchise. He's our guy. You dig what I'm saying?
Speak up.
So if he is not comfortable doing something, he needs to speak up, but also fans need to realize if he does speak up, it's not going to happen anymore. You know what I'm saying? This is his rodeo, okay?
How about this? Somebody named Matt just brought up Brandon Staley and why Staley's in there and why Herbert. I covered the Chargers for 6 years. And this is the same organization that fired Marty Schottenheimer, who was 14-2, and took a team to the AFC Championship game against New England, drafted Drew Brees, and had Phillip Rivers on the team. Then they fired him the next year. Organizations who believe in their front office and believe in the way that should have the total power is why the Chargers don't go anywhere, and they underutilize their talent. Whether it's 2000 or whether it's 2023, the Chargers are who they are because the management in the building runs it that way. And they see that they want to have the empowerment of the GM to have total say on the hiring of the assistant coaches, the head coaches, and that's why they don't maximize. And that's why there's no gut feeling when it comes to game plans or how you approach games. That's why you have to have authority in the locker room. Doug fought for his players. Doug fought for the way that they went about their game. And get this, you know what he also had to fight? He had to fight for winning games. He had to justify himself for winning games. When you have to justify yourself, this is not a beauty contest. When you're justifying yourself to a front office, dude, that's all you need to know about what they think of you and your staff.
And guess what? When it comes to the Chargers, right? I bet a lot of fans didn't realize this one. Keenan Allen actually spoke about this. I think it was last season or the season before. I can't exactly remember, but he spoke about this. And they asked him about Justin Herbert and his personality and all that kind of stuff, right? And Keenan Allen basically was like, he's a humble guy, a modest guy, but I wish he swung his weight around a little bit more. This is his team. He's the franchise guy. You know what I'm saying? I wish he was a little bit more, forward with things, with how he feels, and things that he wants to happen and all that kind of stuff. That, he wasn't down on his quarterback, but he was just saying, I wish he just, I wish he realized that. I wish he realized his power. And I'm paraphrasing. So they ask about why the Chargers are moving the way they move. Your quarterback refuses to step up. and also you have a bozo as a head coach, and then you have bozos running the front office. So when you couple all those things together, it's going to look like the way it looks. So again, Jalen Hurts has to realize this is his show. And the moment he realized, and look, it's one loss, right, in the grand scheme of things. I think
but it's more about approach. We're not
it's more about approach. It's more about philosophy.
See, people get hung up on the record. I'm talking about how this thing is,
how it looks.
That's crazy, Tone, because not your take. I'm saying what people look at, they look at the record, and instead of looking at how you're going about business, that's what I look at. I know they've got a good record. Okay. That's the furthest thing down from my list right now.
Yeah. And look, this is sports talk, right? We're not here to just talk about records and stats. We're here to dig deep and peel the layers back of the franchise, peel the layers back of the team and the players, right? Our job here is to dissect, to dig deeper to the nitty-gritty, to get into the mud and talk about the things that maybe other platforms topics that some people may be uncomfortable talking about. And guess what? This is a part of sports talk. This is a part of the fabric of it. You know what I'm saying? So, yes, it may make some people uncomfortable, but at the same time, this is a business. This is, this is real life. This is real people at stake here, and people got to realize this isn't Madden, right? Real life people are making real life decisions. So the way I see it, Hurts has to be the one to make the decision that, what happened again in that Jets game cannot happen again. This has been a buildup. Remember, this has been a buildup. Each and every game, Eagles fans, be honest with ourselves. Each and every game, we said to ourselves, "Damn, we shouldn't even be this close." Or "Damn, why did it seem like this was a headache trying to get this win?" Every week we've been sweating, and guess what? It came to a head in that New York Jets matchup. I think this is the week where things turn a corner, especially when those players holding the team, especially with the players holding the players only meeting. I think things change.
You think when guys get that $50 million, it's more of a scenario that tempers your leadership role, that you're less willing to step into it unless you have had success of winning? Like Mahomes can do it, Brady can do it, because they have the equity in the rings for them to be able to look and have an argument with Eric Bieniemy on the bench. But when you get that money, you're grateful that an organization has made you the face of the franchise, because, Tone, if you really go around the league, all these players that get all that kind of money, unless you've really won something, you really don't hear a lot of lip coming out of anybody, and you really don't hear a lot of conversation. And when you do, it's like the Kyler Murray stuff. Well, he's undisciplined. He doesn't take coaching. He's this and that. You kind of get that kind of thing. He's making all this money. They're not winning. And before you know it, you're kicking up noise, because these guys may be a little afraid to insert their authority, because that money, you see, you can't win unless you have a ring. You can't win in a conversation publicly if you challenge a coach, because then you're uncoachable. You make too much money. You know what I'm saying? I mean, people are going to dissect it that way.
It's a balance.
Unless you have the ring.
Well, guess what? It is a balance, right? And no one's saying Hurts has to go in there and start throwing chairs and throwing tables, right?
Right.
No one's saying he has to run to the media or run to the media or run to Twitter to talk about things he's uncomfortable with, right? There's a proper way. It's called tact. You know what I'm saying? Like there is a professional way to assert yourself in business. You know what I'm saying? So for example,
totally.
right? When it comes to women in business, right? When it comes to women and in high places in business, when a woman asserts herself, you know what they call her? They call her a bitch.
Yeah.
But when a man does it, oh, he's stern, he's the man. He's a leader. So my point is, right? At the end of the day, it's how you do things. And just because I'm asserting myself, just because I'm speaking my feelings about what we should do, doesn't mean I'm trying to be uncoachable. That doesn't mean that I'm trying to rock the boat here. So, when it comes to Jalen Hurts, even his personality type, I don't see him going in those rooms saying, "Look, Nick, what the hell was that?" I don't see him doing that. I see him saying,
"That's a problem for me."
I see him saying, "Look, Nick, that can't happen again." Remember, I said it's how you say it, right? Because at the end of the day, remember with Howie and Nick's relationship, right? It's not what you say, it's how you say it.
There's
I
no
mean? You got to placate to
I
him
hate
a little
the
bit.
fact that you have to walk around on eggshells in the Eagle organization.
But that's where we are, right? That's
no.
Exactly where we are.
And you know what? If you want to work there, that's what it is. You have to walk around on eggshells if you want to perform and if you want to coach there. There is no doubt that is part of it.
Yeah,
And again,
and real
nobody
quick,
wants to say it.
real
but
quick, you said something though.
You know it, Tone.
You said
You
something
gotta
real
walk
quickly.
around that place if you're a player or coach on eggshells, because if it rubs Howie the wrong way, it's not going to work that way for him.
Right. And you also said this too, right? Well, if the quarterback doesn't have a ring, how can he really swing his weight around, right? Well, guess what, Nick? You ain't got one either. So guess what? Me and you, two ringless sons of, you know what I mean? Son of a gun. So at the end of the day, right? I'm the franchise. You're expendable. I've seen so many situations where coaches get fired. Think about Justin Fields. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
They drafted him first. Was it first overall, or he's a top 5 pick or whatever? Justin Fields. They didn't. When he was struggling, they didn't cut him. You know what they did? They fired Matt Nagy. you dig what I'm saying? So, like, time and time again, we've seen examples where the quarterback trumps the coach.
By the way, don't forget you didn't add in that he was also a coach of the year prior to that.
And he was a coach of the year. So again, if Mahomes, if Brady, if Lamar Jackson, we've already seen it, but Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow. Listen, if Joe Burrow walked into Paul Brown's office today and said, you know what, I want to trade. They said, why? What's going on? Well, look, I don't like what's going on with Zach Taylor. I'm not a fan of what he's doing. I think he's on his back. I want to trade. You know what's going to happen? Hey, Zach, come into my office.
Absolutely.
So that's the reality, because it's they're investing more money in these players, in these quarterbacks in particular, than they are the head coach.
The Warriors is saying we have no issues because we are 5-1 is like a rich person staring down a depression and not moving investments.
Okay,
because he's rich right now. That's so off the point.
First of all, let me respond.
Tone, that's so off the point of what we're saying that he's not listening.
Just because you're rich and your company somehow met a quota, that doesn't mean internally things are still working the way they should.
Do you think Elon Musk worries about quotas, or do you think he worries about getting the most out of his business and constantly improving himself to improve Tesla or SpaceX? He's not he's not a guy that sits there in his office and says, hey, I got my 10 insurance policy sold so I can go home. Nobody that has the B at the beginning of their name says I am a quota guy. Nobody. You're trying to constantly be the best you can possibly be. Right. You don't sit around worrying about quotas.
And guess what?
That's how you constantly get beat. It's ridiculous thinking, man. That's a person that's constantly okay with being okay. You strive for perfection, knowing full well you'll never get there, and you learn to live with greatness. You should be striving for that. Not striving for the struggle. You got to strive for perfection. I mean, let me. I got to bring this Cowboy thing up before I ask you about the 24 hours after Julio Jones and a little bit about this Dolphin thing here.
Okay.
So Micah Parsons, and I'm not calling him Missing Parsons. Tone. So his attitude now is so off base on how he sees that Cowboy team when we're talking about how the media looks at the Eagles and Niners. For the last 2 years, the Niners and the Eagles, they don't get killed. They lose games, field goal, coaching decision. You get killed for lack of effort, lack of production, nowhere to be seen. And you're the Cowboys. I mean, you talk about delusional. The Cowboys right there, and again, this comes down to, once again, leadership in the locker room. Dude, it's a headless horseman. Dallas is empowered by the owner, and I mean this as an organization. The head coach has no say. The coordinators have no say, and the players feel empowered. Do we all agree, Tone? The players all sound like Jerry.
Yeah. Yeah, they all got their podcasts and their radio shows or whatever. And look, my thing is, right, I'm not one of those guys like, shut up and dribble, right? But my thing is, Micah, you got to have some self-awareness. You play for the Dallas Cowboys. You play for the biggest, the most polarizing entity in pro sports in the world. And you want to be treated like everyone else? You want to be discussed like the Philadelphia Eagles and the 49ers?
Then win more.
You can't have it both ways. You can't want to be, on the front page of everything. And I'm not saying him specifically, but as a franchise, the Cowboys can't want to be on the front page of every headline, and then they want to be treated with kid gloves. Like, come on, man.
Delusional.
You wear the star. The star might as well be a bullseye.
You should embrace that criticism, like you embrace the reverence, because it comes with the badge. You can't, like you said, when you're that team and you're that athlete and you're that dude, you embrace it, both merit badges. They give me more shit. Why? Because I am more polarizing of an organization than you, and I should be because I'm the Cowboys. You should embrace it, not whine about it.
Exactly.
And they whine about it. Hey, don't talk shit on me. Oh, you want to give me praise when we beat up? I couldn't believe Jerry Jones the other day. This morning on his show. Jones, for the first time, goes, hey, we were sloppy and undisciplined, and the thing was chaotic a little bit. That was the first time I've ever heard Jerry Jones rip his team after a win. Because I think he's been listening to the noise of all these other guys.
That's a good point. I never thought about it like that, because I've always heard them, talk about what they should and shouldn't do. But I've never heard it after a win. That's a good point.
After a win, have you ever heard Jones dog his team after? And get this, they were hugging and screaming, and the pressure on the Dallas Cowboy players' throats and that entire organization, if they fall to 3-3, especially after the Eagles coming back a little bit for them and the Niners. By the way, Eagles and Niners, what's crazy about, how Parsons looks at this, when like I told you yesterday, do I think any differently of the Niners and the Eagles coming off their losses this weekend? No. One was a kick. The other one was interceptions, turnovers, and injuries. No. I still think they're the same bullies on the block in the NFC. After the Dallas Cowboy ass beating against the Niners and against the Cardinals, do I think they're different? Yeah, I do. I mean, I look at them completely different than I don't, right? You don't look at the Eagles and the Niners in any other light that they're not the two best teams in the NFC, right?
Right, because when you think about it's, sometimes it's how it happens, right? It's not exactly what happens.
Totally.
It's how it happens. And when you think about the Dallas Cowboys, you lose to the Cardinals, arguably the worst team in the NFC, and to a backup quarterback at that. And they didn't just beat you; they beat you by 2 touchdowns, and they ran it down your throat, and you couldn't do nothing about it.
They were physically more dominating than you.
And then you couple that with the 49ers game, a team that you were supposed to be on par with. And not only did they beat you, they abused you. They smoked you before the third quarter buzzer went off. They sat all their starters in the fourth quarter. There was still 12 minutes left. You had your starting quarterback throwing, interceptions to the backup linebackers. You dig what I'm saying? So, the Cowboys, again, when you wear that star, there's a target on your back, right? And I always say this: if Dak wasn't a Cowboy, people would treat him with much more respect. People would be much more patient with him. But because you're a Cowboy, because you wear that star, because you play in Jerry World, there's a certain level of responsibility. There's a certain viewpoint that you're always going to be looked at from, and you have to embrace that. You got, just like Philadelphia, right? We're the most hated, not in the same way the Cowboys are, but we're just overlooked. You dig what I'm saying? So.
Yeah.
So we wear that. We embrace that. We thrive in that. We don't point at Dallas and say, man, I wish I had the same level of TV time as Dallas. You know what I mean? We don't move like that. Philly has more pride and we have more self-respect than that.
24 hours to process the Julio Jones deal and move is now what to you?
I still feel relatively the same. I feel like it wouldn't have been the first move that I would have made. But let me break it down like this, right? In terms of, I've heard a lot of people. I've heard different angles, right? I've heard some people say, he's old. I've heard people say, you have more, pressing needs in other areas. I've heard people say, well, he can, he adds wide receiver. He has receiver depth. I've heard so many different things, and everyone isn't wrong, right? But for me, I look at it like this. Okay, he's a 34-year-old receiver. We know what he used to be, but we have no idea what he is now. And does he move the needle for me from a personnel standpoint? I don't know, maybe. But when I look at this Eagles offense, I never felt like personnel was the issue. In terms of the roster spot, Quez is on IR, so Julio replaces Quez, so you technically don't lose a roster spot. Technically, I know you love that word. Technically, but again, when I look at this Eagles offense, I never said to myself, "Wow, they need a guy." I never felt that. Maybe another running back, who knows? But you could debate that. But I never looked at this receiver core, or I never looked at just the offense in general and said, "Damn, we need we need a guy." These receivers aren't getting it done. I didn't feel that way at all. What I felt was, damn, we're not putting our guys in the best possible position to succeed. AJ Brown is getting his, but I feel like Devontae Smith and Dallas Goedert, they should be getting more or higher quality opportunities. Some people, we talk about this off air. There are people who look at the box score and they say, well, in that Jets game, Devontae had 11 targets. You know what I mean? Dallas Goedert had 8.
Did you see those targets?
First of all, we threw the ball 45 times. We never threw the ball 45 times, so you're not going to see that again. So I'm operating off the premise of Jalen Hurts is going to throw the ball typically between 28 and 35 times a game. So in my mind, when you look at the box score, that doesn't tell the whole story about the quality of those targets. The box score doesn't say what route he ran. The box score doesn't say, was he in coverage, all that kind of stuff. I'm looking at somebody in. Look, Devontae did drop 2 passes. You can't do that. 2 wide open, right? But that's 2 targets. But other than that, I'm looking at the quality of reps, the quality of targets that Dallas Goedert and Devontae Smith are getting, and it seems like they got to work harder just to get open. You dig what I'm saying? It seems like AJ Brown has all the space in the world, and don't get me wrong, AJ Brown has made some pretty tough catches, but it just seems like AJ Brown is getting higher quality routes called for him, higher quality reps, and Devontae and Dallas Goedert kind of had to figure it out in the midst of everything that's going on. That's the issue, really. Don't just look at the box score. Really watch the game. Really ask
what
yourself.
People are doing right now is they're looking at the second-ranked offense and going, we're just as good as a year ago, when, again, if you keep looking at the record will be misleading to you once again, and you won't have the trophy on the other side of that record. And this is the problem that you have here. Don't do me a favor. Can you throw up that $4.99, that 304 super chat? We have $1.99 too, because I want to make sure these folks get their
$4.99.
Yeah, here we go. Just want to let you know that Micah Parsons, 8 pressures, 1 sack, 3 quarterback hits versus the Chargers while getting double teamed all game. I didn't see that. I saw a big play at the end of the game, and I thought he was Casper the Ghost in that. So you watched a different ball game than I did. Once again, the impact that you really thought he had in that game, I don't know. I didn't see it. I think he's missing persons. Julio makes us look desperate. I don't think it's a desperate move. It's a questionable move that you go, why? And again, like to Tone's point, it's not this. Is it okay? I mean, it's a nothing burger move. That's how I look at it. It's a nothing burger. You're mean to tell me you think that guy helps you in the red zone when you got arguably
the most
physical wide receiver in the NFL and A.J. Brown next to DK Metcalf and Deebo Samuel. You've got those guys, and you would rather get a dude who has been – the last time Julio Jones – you didn't sign Julio Jones. You signed an old wide receiver. That's not Julio Jones.
So you want to know
Julio
what it is?
Jones hasn't been in the league since 2018.
Look.
I mean, come on, man.
You know
didn't
what it
sign
is?
Julio Jones.
Listen, right? You know what Julio Jones is right now to this offense? Julio Jones is the umbrella in the cocktail. It makes it look pretty. You know what I'm saying?
He's not even the ice.
You know what I'm saying? So
the ice matters.
So again, Eagles fans, I love talking to you guys because you guys always keep it real, and I appreciate you guys for always holding Sills and I accountable. But ask yourself, right? When you look at this offense over the past 6 weeks, did you say to yourself, damn, we need another receiver? Damn, we need another guy. Did you really think that? Really? I didn't think that not one time. Because I'm looking at like AJ Brown, Devontae Smith, Dallas Goedert, DeAndre Swift, right? And sure, maybe you need, and also Olamido Zaccheaus. I liked him. You know what I'm saying? I felt like he was cool. I didn't have any questions in terms of personnel on the offensive side. And I don't know why we keep pretending like we all not saying the same thing here. Like we all said when we're home in front of our TVs, we said to ourselves, "Damn, what the hell was that play call in the red zone? What was that? You got Goddard, you got AJ Brown, you got what is going on here?" So I don't know. Maybe it's fun to troll you, Sills. I don't know. Maybe they just like pulling your strings here.
Will's between 7 and 14 days. We'll make sure we get that stuff out to you, Will. So okay. Can I tell you who Julio Jones reminds me of? And I'll give you a little story here. Julio Jones reminds me. I went back to Dallas a couple of years back, and
I'm sorry. So, hey, Wills, send the email to Silio's. Again with your name and address again. Can you send your full name and address again to the email? I'm gonna double check on that. So, our team sends that out. I don't directly send them out. So I'm gonna follow up on that. Okay, for you. So make sure you follow with the email, and I'll double check for you, Wills.
How about this? So a couple of years back, I went back to Dallas, and I went to the strip club called the $1 Million Saloon. And I saw this really great looking stripper. Her name was Chandelier, and she was on table 6. And man, I'll tell you, man, I was like, look, I was with Danny Noonan, former Cowboy, and I go, look at that, man. She's great. It's funny. I went back like around 7 years later, and I saw that old lady stripper in there again, Chandelier, and I just went like this. Damn, what happened to Chandelier?
Hey, listen, Sills, Chandelier was looking more like a coffee table.
Yeah, no, she was taking tickets at the front door, and I was like, man, what happened to Chandelier?
Oh man,
yeah, man.
Chandelier
turned sweeping the place up now.
Chandelier turned into a ceiling fan.
I was like, damn, why is she sweeping the place up, man?
My God.
She was a hell of a stripper back in the day. She was the top money earner, man. You couldn't get anywhere near it. I walk in there 5-6 years later, man. She's cleaning the place. I was like, damn. That's who Julio Jones is to me.
Oh, man. It's look, man, like,
hey, how do you stop this Miami Dolphins offensive attack coming up this week?
All right, so what you do is you have to put something in the Gatorade, right?
So wait a minute, when they get to their hotels, you're going to spike their water.
Listen, there's this old trusty solution called, Miralax, right? You put it in the Gatorade. You stir it up a little bit. Don't drink any. Put your finger in there, taste it. That's how you know it's good. All right. And then at that point,
I don't know why I love this.
But no, all jokes aside, man. This is going to be, you said it earlier. This is going to be a game where Sean Desai can earn himself a head coaching job.
That's right.
You know what I mean? And he's done a good job. Now look, Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle, they're a different type of receiver than Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp, right? Puka and Cooper Kupp are more so possession guys, route running guys, right? Whereas though Waddle and Tyreek Hill, they're speedster route running guys, so it's a different kind of approach you need to have. I think what they're going to have to do, they're going to have to do their best to get that ball out of. Okay, they have to limit the amount of real estate they allow to Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle. So in my opinion, you have to get that ball out of Tua's hands as fast as possible. You don't want Tua back there with 2, 3, 4 seconds able to make a decision
the routes to develop.
Exactly. You don't want the routes to develop. You don't want Tyreek Hill to be on. You don't want to be one-on-one with Tyreek Hill in the middle of no man's land, right? You don't want that. You want to limit the amount of real estate you allow those guys, and don't let them go sightseeing. You know what I'm saying? You have to get that ball out of Tua's hands as quickly as you possibly can. This may sound crazy, but I wouldn't be surprised. And Barry Brooks brought this up on Sports Take earlier. I wouldn't be surprised if Desai says, you know what, we're going to come out the gate blitzing and just jump on him fast and try to test how quick of a trigger he has. Test his processing speed as fast as we possibly can.
Yeah, but I don't think they have the corners to do it. If you're going to blitz, you press.
I hear you. But you're right. But what I'm saying is, what I'm implying is they're going to take a risk.
Okay.
That's what I'm implying, right?
Let me say this to you. Jimmy Johnson used to always say, if you're going to play zone, that's a slow death and you die a slow bleed. If you're going to blitz and you're going to play press, that's a quick bleed if you don't have the personnel. So they may feel, like you said, that they don't have really the defensive secondary to be able to do that.
They know they
So
don't.
they're going to walk those guys up there, and they're going to bring pressure.
They know they don't. They know they don't have the personnel to be able to match up those guys. So my thing is, I want to find out on the first drive, can I hang with these guys? I don't want to wait until halftime to find out. I want to find out, can my guys go up with these? Can my guys go up with these guys? Can my guys make them uncomfortable? If I can find that out pretty early on, then I know how to approach it. You know what I mean? Well, and I think Sean Desai is that kind of coordinator. He's shown us an ability to take chances, move guys around, get creative, do whatever it takes. So I think Sean Desai, man, this is going to be a hell of a game. Like I said, think about that Gatorade idea. You put it in, the Marilac. You know what I'm saying? Sprinkle a little, Benadryl. On the company pizza. You know what I mean? And you find out what goes on after that.
That's right, man. You sprinkle some shit on them cornflakes too, boss. I tell you what, man. You put that cold pickle on them cornflakes too, man. That'll jump you too. That'll make you be wondering what the hell's going on, man. You'd be like, put at the candy bars, man. You put a thing of X-Lax, you just water it down a little bit. I'll tell you what the Raiders used to do, and the Raiders told me this when Al Davis, because there's a Marriott by the old Oakland Alameda County Coliseum, and they used to always put the players in there for the opposing teams. They would always go there, and Al hired for the floor every single maid that was in there. So when guys were throwing shit like game plan pieces of paper or anything, all the Marriott people would take the garbage, cycle through it. People have left playbooks, game plans. They've left all kinds of shit. And Al would go through the garbage or have his people go through the garbage on a Saturday night prior to that to see if those guys had left anything in the locker room.
Man.
Or in the hotel.
That's a hell of a trick, And another thing, too, as far as personnel goes on defense, right? Darius Slay dealing with a bad knee. James Bradbury is not known to be a guy that can really hang with speed.
Tyreek Hill's going to get behind him.
I'm going to be honest, man. Tyreek Hill is going to put Darius Slay in a blender.
You better tackle him. Hey, you know what? I'll tell you what. That guy gets behind me, I'd rather tackle him and take the
PI, right?
Insurance call than let that guy have a plus 25 big play on me. I would tell my guy, dude, if that guy gets past me,
just push him. I don't care what you do.
Push him. And if you're going to push him, hurt him. Do something. You got to get that guy. You cannot let that guy. How many times have you seen, Tone, this year where we have seen Tyreek Hill get behind defenses in double team coverage? You watch this last game. Hey, by the way, they run this sweep. The Dolphins run this sweep, Tone. What they'll do is go to strong set personnel on the left, on the right hash into weak side. Then they'll pull a guy off a fullback. They'll have two backs here, and they'll have a jet in a slot. They bring this guy here, toss the ball, and they run this kind of like counter trace sweep. Dude, this guy's creative. Eagle players need to steal Mike McDaniel's Hello Kitty backpack. Game over. Dude, I don't know that. Hey, that guy, man, he's really weird. He's got probably wears Hello Kitty underwear.
Yeah, it's so funny, right? Somebody in the Ty thinks I'm hating on the Eagles, right? But is it hating or is it acknowledging the reality?
It's
being realistic.
Analyst.
We've seen these games.
Analyst means hating.
We've seen these games. We know what these DBs are capable of in Philly, and we definitely know what Miami's capable of. We've seen this before. You want me to just go in there and say, "Oh yes, Slade's just going to lock them up"? That's not a guarantee. You got to remember something. What are we talking about?
I've been prepped for every single person in here. You know why? Because
okay, my bad. Ty, I got you. Ty, my bad. I got you, Ty.
Okay, hey, how about this? I've been prepped for this because the number one objective is to get under someone's skin. It's not about being right or wrong or having the facts or whether or not you really do have the right thing on your side. It's about aggravating, and it's about whoever screams the loudest. And that's how you win an argument in my house. And so there's something in here that these people. You could have You could have the word of God on your side, Tone. But in my house, that doesn't matter. It's whoever hollers the loudest.
Right. And you know what, right? I'm not saying the Eagles can't put up points, right? Because they're going to have to. You know what I mean? But like,
I don't want to get in a shootout.
Yeah, but I don't want to. I don't want to get
to score, Tone, over 35 points. That's a problem because you're going to lose that game.
I don't want to get in a shootout with them. I want to be as physical with them as I possibly can, and I want to limit the amount of possessions that the Dolphins offense can possibly have. If I can have 14, 15 play drives and kill half of a quarter in one drive, I'm totally good with that. If we end up beating the Dolphins 27 to 24 or 24 to 21, that's a win because you kept them under 30 points. You were able to limit the explosive plays somewhat, and you were able to keep the game within arm's reach, and you dictated the action. I wouldn't be surprised, especially with how gung-ho they were with the pass last week. I wouldn't be surprised if the Philadelphia Eagles, decided, we're going to be as physical as we possibly can. We're going to lean on those guys, and we're going to limit their possessions. They know damn well what that historic Dolphins offense is capable of. This guy is on pace for 2,400 yards receiving.
He's on pace for 5,400 passing.
Come on now. So again, I think the Eagles can win the game. Let me make that clear. I think they can win the game. I'm not going to give my prediction until Friday. But I think they can win the game, but certain things have to happen for that to be the case.
Tyreek Hill, man. That's all I'm saying. This thing's going to be interesting. Tone, great.
Miralax is all I'm saying. Miralax is all I'm saying, man.
No, I like your gimmick, man. I'm all into that, man. I mean, saltpeter, too. If you want to, hey, you know what? You want to put some saltpeter on the cornflakes, man, to make everybody wonder what happened to the Willie. You'll be all right because everybody be concerned with, like, man, what happened in here, man? Why's my stomach hurt? What the hell's going on? If I could give every one of those Dolphin guys diarrhea going into that game, that's a win.
Sure.
Hey, and by the way, any means necessary. Always remember that. Any means necessary to win a game. Tone, great stuff, brother.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you, man.
All right, my friends, do me a favor, please. Check out any one of my great friends at the Hooters. This is the 40th anniversary of our great friends, all the way from Rhode Island, down to Jersey, down to King of Prussia, all 7 locations, northeasthooters.com. All the great football going on. By the way, this Dolphin game and Eagle game. Last week, there was 26 million people that watched the Jets and the Eagles. I think this game here is going to have a lot of eyeballs on it as well because it's going to be interesting to see if Miami's real and if the Eagles can rebound. What a better place to go to than Hooters. If you don't want to go into the location, you can use the app, HootersToGo.com. That's HootersToGo.com. If you do, some of our great 40-year traditions. Buy 10 wings, get 10 boneless free. Wing Wednesdays, 1983, 40-year tradition. All you can eat for kids on Saturdays. Also, NortheastHooters.com. That's NortheastHooters.com. When you go into any one of the locations, do me a favor. Tell them Big Sil sent you.
Football and Hooters, the perfect pair.
If you own a company and you're not producing a podcast, you're missing out. The public consumes messaging when they're ready. Join the professional podcast network of companies and let JAKIB Media Partners put you in the podcast arena. Come to our professional studio or we'll come to your place of business and professionally produce your company podcast. Call JAKIB Media right now at 267-261-3428. 267-261-3428.
Heading down the shore. Have a ball once more.
Here, imaginations run wild and time stands still. Because here, you can find the best of the Jersey Shore, all on one 5-mile island. So leave the old you behind and get lost in the woods.
Wild, wild, wildwood days.
Score and save in southeastern PA and Delaware with Colony Pools this football season, and let the experts close your pool with a custom Merlin safety cover in green for the birds. And if you join our Winter Watch team, we'll give you another 20% off, and Colony Pools will handle it all. Keep your tiles on your pool, not in your pool. Fly with Colony right now, Birds fans. Visit flywithcolony.com. EAGLES, Eagles.
The Olympics make me not want to watch them. By the way, please hit the like button. We're going to get into a little more with Dolphins and Eagles, and also perception on Hurts that I think is pretty cool. So did you see real quick here, the Olympics are going to allow flag football. I think the 2028 games in Los Angeles. Flag football. And why do you think that is? Why do you possibly think that the Olympic Games have okayed flag football for the 2028? And be kind and don't be crazy with your responses. Please say why you think they're going to do it. Why do you think the Olympic Committee, no wheels, snot ratings? Why do you think the Olympics would allow flag football in the 2028 games? Be kind. Look at cue ball. It's for the politically correct people. The thing will be a freak show. For the politically correct players and athletes. Is that good, Sue? The politically correct people. I didn't say correct people. I said the politically correct people. Jesus. Well, then again, the Olympic Games. I mean, anybody that would give the Olympic Games to a Nazi, you got to always remember. And the guy was a brown shirt himself back in the day who ran the IOC. I mean, any time that you would have a committee like that support Nazi Germany, you just always have to remember it's politically driven now. That's why more people, or less people, I should say, are not watching it. I'm all for having stuff like that, but it's to kind of open the door more for the less than 1% of our country so that they can get, Hitler was awarded the Olympics and Winter Games that year. It's one of the very few times that the same country got the Summer and Winter Games. I mean, that's not there just for flag football. It's there to make a political statement. I mean, And then get this. You'll ban an athlete for smoking weed, but you'll go down the line of trying to figure out whether a guy is a woman or a woman is a guy. But you'll look at Richardson and tell her she can't participate in the Olympics because she smoked a joint. Jesus criminy. I'm more apt to go like this. I don't give a shit about the joint. I would say that. I don't give a shit about the joint. I want competitive and fair competition, not politically driven competition. That's terrible when politics gets involved in sports. All right, let's move on, because that's a disgusting conversation that we'll be having a lot of as we get closer to that stuff. I care more about the integrity of sport than a damn joint. Absolutely. I don't give a shit about a joint. I could care less about a joint. I have no caring on that. And by the way, if it helps the athletes like the NFL players with their pain tolerance, let them get high all day. I don't care. I totally don't care. I do not care. Okay? So let me do this now. I'm going to show you something about your boy. Where is it here? I think this is pretty cool here. So I have a really good relationship with a lot of people in Atlantic City and also in Las Vegas, and they talk about who the guy is right now when it comes to the leaders in the clubhouse, when it comes to potential MVP candidates. Hey, Sills. Does Big Pharma invest in the Olympics? Oh, my God. Pfizer will be all over this. You kidding me? Pfizer's going to be all over this, man. And then you know what Pfizer will do? Pfizer will politically, because Pfizer, the reason why you have this all going on in the world is because they invest in CNN, Fox News, and all of these mediums, so that when you start saying anything negative, whether you believe or don't believe in COVID or whether this and that, Tucker Carlson got fired for it. Tucker Carlson has said some of the most outlandish things before on Fox News, but when he went after Pfizer and Big Pharma, they whacked him. This country's driven by that. Pharmaceutical companies are gargantuan political activists in this country. They don't do what's right for our U.S. They do what's right for their bottom line and their stockholders. That's right. Follow the money, man. And get this. What they'll do is they'll make that thing so that you'll see half the team will be transgender flag football players, so that the Olympics can have an agenda, and pharmaceutical companies will have an agenda. This is not about sports anymore when it comes to that stuff. It's more about, like, how much money can you make off the pharmaceutical companies? All right, I want to show you something here about MVP race. And this is a collection of all the places in Atlantic City. I want to show you where Hurts is in this. Okay? I'm going to go from 10 up. Here is the race for the MVP in the NFL. Number 10, Joe Burrow has cracked the top 10 according to Vegas and according to Atlantic City. Number 9 is Justin Herbert. Why, I do not know. This isn't mine. This isn't mine. These are the bookmakers in Vegas and in Atlantic City. This is not me. So you got Burrow 10, Herbert 9, Trevor Lawrence 8. Oh, kind of. Jaguars. You've got Lamar Jackson 7, Ravens. You got McAfee, 6, 49ers. You got Brock Purdy at 5, 49ers. Get this. We're now inside the top 5. Josh Allen, 4, Buffalo Bills. Check this out. You got Jalen Hurts, 3rd, according to Atlantic City and Las Vegas, on the top candidates to be the MVP this year. Mahomes, 2, and Tagovailoa, 1. So the way I look at it, if Jalen Hurts goes for 350 yards this game and 65 yards rushing, and he accounts for 4 touchdowns, you're going to erase. See, here's something that I think Jalen has going for him, even with the way we think he has played and the way that the plays have gone. If this is an MVP game, this is really not going to determine one way or the other in the NFC who's going to be the leading guy if you beat the Dolphins. Get this, if this game comes out and you lose this game 37-36, am I going to come away? I'm going to go like this. Oh, they hung with a team that puts up a lot of points and is a Super Bowl contender. I'm going to learn more about the Dolphins than actually the Eagles in this game, because it'll be the first time they've actually played a good team. Okay? I'm going to learn a little more about them. But if Hurts outplays him, Hurts got to be one of the top candidates. He already is going into this game. The top 3 candidates for the MVP award right now, according to the bookmakers, are Hurts, 3, Mahomes, 2, Tua. I never would have thought that. I thought he had been further down. Get this. I would have thought Tyreek Hill would have been on this. I would have thought he would have been on this. So the people out there that put the money down are saying, hey, look, he's had a rocky start. But you know what they're also doing, like some of you in here are doing? They're looking at it like this. Okay, they're still 5-1, and he hasn't played his best football yet. Okay? Even the bookmakers are saying it. These are the true analysts. You know why? Because they put their money behind their thoughts and their takes. Get this. If Jalen Hurts has 3 less picks, he's probably the second to Tua. Guess what you got going on here, man? It's a big game for both these guys. I mean, I call it the Saban Bowl. Boy, can you get this? Think about these 2 men playing against one another on Sunday. This is so great. Most of you won't get it. You won't understand it. But this is a great moment for both guys. How many people remember that game when Saban was asked, didn't they take him out at half and put Tua in? He came out in the second half. And they benched the Southeastern Conference Player of the Year, and they put the freshman in. Am I right? Is that how that whole transaction act? And am I right? Or did that happen in the SEC title game? I thought it was in the SEC. I thought it was in the national title game. He got taken out in a championship game. Jalen Hurts. Tua was the national title. Tua goes in, and they win the national championship with him in a comeback. And there was Jalen being a great teammate. You could tell nothing was wrong. I swear to God, man, that was one of the moments I just went like this. Man, that kid's got something special about it, because I'd have been throwing my helmet. I couldn't handle myself. I wouldn't be surprised if Hurts plays his best game of the season. I'd be willing to bet getting benched for Tua lives rent-free in his mind. Yeah, but that's a driving force in his mind too, Tone. Jalen versus Tua, midseason MVP shootout. You bet, man. I am looking forward to how these two men handle this moment. This is something that's personal. This is a personal moment for Jalen Hurts. Jalen was benched in the national title game. However, Tua was benched for Hurts in the SEC title game the following year. That's right, he was. But didn't they dirty? Didn't they put him back in? Tagovailoa in the national title game? That's true. That's a fact. The next year, Jalen came in and subbed for him. Right? I think this game, hey, just a thought. I'm with you. I think this game's personal for Jalen. I would say this to you. When the schedule came out, that Jalen Hurts probably circled this game more so than even wanting to play against Mahomes. This is so personal. You lose your starting job. You lose face. You lose, and there's a narrative about you. You can't throw, you're not accurate. He's been fighting that to this day. All the things that happened that night, he fights to this day. How could it not matter? How can it not matter? It's just not another game. This is the guy that was picked to take his place in the hierarchy on the number one program in the country. It's not like he was playing at Temple. He was at the number one program in the United States. And that night created a narrative on Jalen Hurts that he has fought his entire career to try to rip down. And on Sunday night, he could put that in his rearview mirror. I don't know how you don't think this will be internally personal to him. I say that this game here will be the best foot. You know what, man? I got to say this now. I got a feeling that this kid is going to go out here Sunday night, Hurts. And I think Tua, on the other hand, also knows that, hey, he got his bag of money. Here, let me go on the other side. I just hope Hurts doesn't try to do too much this week and end up forcing throws because of the past. That could happen. Get this. Now, if you're Tua on the other side, damn, Herbert got his money. Damn, Lamar got his money. Damn, Burrow got his money. Damn, even Daniel Jones got his money. Even Kyler Murray got his money. I didn't. This is a get your money game for him. What do you think the ratings are going to be for this game, Big Sales? Most viewed prime time of the year? Absolutely. Absolutely. I can't. You got 2 foot. This is going to be a freak show game. Really going to knock Tua out. I hope he takes him out. Hey, how about this? I would say this to you. If he breaks his arm, I'd rather have that than what we're talking that could happen. You know what I mean? And I don't even want to say it. I'd rather have you break his arm than have to worry about a concussion with him. Isn't that crazy? Can you get permission from Aunt Betty to let you curse and put money in a jar? Oh, man. Bear funny. Pretty funny stuff, man. How does it not resonate with both? Hey, the only way we win this game is to run the ball and keep the QB off the field, consistent pressure, and he's on the field. How about this, Steve-O? Let me say this to you, though. Well, that's not going to go with what the front office wants. You're damn right, man. My opinion. Hey, you know what? I wrote this down about the Dolphins. Hey, just some small notes here, kind of like a preview of it. I wrote this down. The Eagles, I think, have to be more balanced in this game. And I would say this to you, that the Dolphin defense is still a work in progress. I think it's a work in progress. Well, if it's a work in progress, I'm going to run at you. And I want to see if you could, like I said, when you get into a fist fight, do you want to box with a guy, or do you want to see if he can take a punch? Let's see if that guy can take a punch. Can the Dolphins take a punch? Bills punched them, and they kind of wobbled. Yeah, JM, they're third in pass rushing. They got one more sack ahead of the Eagles. I think it's 21 sacks. And the Eagles have 20 sacks heading into this game. They're third. But the other numbers are kind of pedestrian. Amount of yards given up. If you look at the amount of yards they give up total, they give up some numbers. But how they're doing it, isn't it crazy? Hey, Tone, everyone, isn't it funny? Vic Fangio's coaching his defense the same way Sean Desai's coaching his defense. You're giving up quite a few points. No, excuse me. You're giving up quite a few yards, but you're getting to the quarterback. Do I think the Eagles have a better defense? Chubb's good. Chubb's having a good year, but I think you're better. Nobody cares how many yards Hill gets as long as we win. But Anthony, but watch this, Anthony. Nobody cares how many yards A.J. Brown gets as long as you win. But your offense, for them not, you see, the way that they approach offense and the way you approach offense, you're trying to get the ball to open space with one guy. That guy, Mike McDaniel, tries every single design of the play that's called in a 10-play sequence is designed to get everyone open. That's the fundamental difference with Brian Johnson's one-read mentality versus this Mike McDaniel, who's looking to spread you out and get everybody open. He's a savant. The play designs, the more you watch him, the more you go and watch the Dolphin game. If you get a chance to watch a Dolphin game and you get a chance, if you just don't even look at it defensively unless you want to look at what Fangio does on certain circumstances and certain situations, that'll help you out. But if you watch the way he gets guys open, even when the ball's not going to him, here's something else that really rags me about A.J. Brown when you watch the 22. Tone, I don't know if you've ever seen it. I'll tell you, man, if you're in that team meeting and you're Devontae Smith, I think you got to be getting a little bit more aggravated with A.J. Brown. I think Devontae's got to be a little bit more aggravated with him. Just him as a player and how he handles himself, how he conducts himself on the field. There's a negative quality about him. And I'm not talking about being a rah-rah guy, patting guys on the back. I'm talking about pouting. And here's what I mean by that. When you watch him and they design a play for Devontae on the other side, A.J. Brown takes the play off or goes 80% on the other side. And that's why Jalen Hurts is a one-read quarterback, because the other guy's not having a play designed for him to get open. There's a play designed to try to get Devontae open. So what's happened here? They know that A.J. Brown is not giving full max effort on the other side. So you know what they do? They just try to get him open using Devontae as decoy, and that's why his numbers are down. And so if I'm Devontae Smith, Shane Steichen didn't do that. Now you probably got the best A.J. Brown possible. And get this, I wonder if Tennessee knew this attitude and why they jettisoned him. I mean, you can see it on film. He goes 80%. I mean, he doesn't give full max effort on every play. Shit, we saw that even with a target to him where he stopped on the play. Can you imagine when the play's not going to him? Can you imagine when the play's not going to him, what kind of effort he gives when they're trying to get Devontae Smith open? That's a negative. And when you go into your position meeting and you watch that as a team, and then you watch it as a group, you sit there and you see it. But Devontae's not going to say anything. But eventually, when you see the lack of target, how about this? The lack of quality targets. Like Tone has said, and like I pointed out a couple days ago, it's not about the amount and the volume. It's about the quality. And when you don't have quality targets like he doesn't, most of the targets of Goddard and him are double teamed or they're at the sidelines. They're not in open space like A. How many times you see AJ wide open? Why? Well, they're kind of still – teams are becoming less – they're looking at Devontae as a less threat because of the way the play calling is going. Okay? I mean, remember what AJ said too? Didn't he say this in the offseason? I've got to learn. Keon, didn't AJ say this in the offseason? That he had to become a better, more complete wideout. Did he not say that? Well, that's part of being complete. Randy Moss did that shit. Hey, and get this. If I'm a defensive guy and I see the body language of A.J. Brown knowing that he's not going to get the ball, what am I going to do? I'm going to show blitz, jump the route, because I know where the ball's going. Pick, game, lose to a lesser team. And that's the coordinator. The coordinator's more one read than Jalen. Okay? The coordinator is. Because AJ doesn't want to help the other guys get open. He'll not even be he's at pace for like 75 catches. Last year he had 95. 20 less catches. Same amount of targets. What does that tell you? That Devontae's regressing? Or that the quality plays? Dude, that's a quality wide receiver. That's a quality wide receiver. 88 goes, that's fake news. Watch the film. Watch the film. He takes plays off. Shit, you get this. 88 just said this. That he goes like this, fake news. Did you not see him quit on a play that was targeted even to him on a touchdown throw? What do you think he does when he's on the backside of a play when it's not coming to him? You think he's engaged? AJ gives up only a few times. That's not what I'm saying. You're missing the point. I can't believe how many times people miss the point in here. Julio's the answer to all our problem cells. Even a few times is too many. Yeah, get this. That's a great point by Tone. Hey, man, what the hell? He only gives up a few times a year. $25 million a year guy quits on plays. What the hell? Who cares? You know, who cares, right? 88 quits on plays. Hey, man, you know. Pay that guy all that money. Don't worry about it. And now here's your boy. Here's your boy coming to old man Jones coming to the line. Over here. Over here. Over here. Wait a minute, I gotta put I don't need a mouthpiece. I don't need a mouthpiece because I don't have any teeth. Hold on, I'm gonna fall down here. Jump ball? I can't jump over a stack of quarters. Wait a minute here. I don't need a mouthpiece. I don't have any teeth. What are you saying? Oh, son. Oh, man. Grandpa Jones. Hey, Tone. They just signed Grandpa Jones. Holy cow, that's funny, Dirty D. My hip. Okay? My hip. 34 was my last year in pro ball. Nope, 36 out. 38, I was a wrestler. Come on. I was in Canada at 34. Grandpa Jones. Over here. Hey, Sills, I know we joke about Julio a lot. Trust me, it's fun, but he is considered one of the best generation, and curious to know what you think he provides from a mental perspective in the room. Hey, at the end of the day, dude, you didn't sign Julio Jones. So you're signing what? We need another coach? What does he bring? You think that coaching staff would listen to him? Do you actually think bringing Julio Jones in is going to matter in the coaching room? Nothing. Now, if you had a head coach in there and a wide receiver coach in there that knew what they were doing, you would allow this guy to sit there and maybe help out on some of the designs on the pass routes because he's run them all. He is a 7-time Pro Bowler. But that's not the type of organization you're going to. You can't get Goddard and Devontae open. What kind of insight does he bring? You know what he'll say? He'll go like this. Why are you designing these plays like this to get one guy open? So you mean to tell me they brought that guy in to help Brian Johnson out? Phew, that's kind of an indictment on OC, if that's why they brought him in. And you're asking him to help. Do you really think Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown need mental advising? Because if that's the case, that's exactly what I just said. A.J. Brown taking plays off on the backside. Julio Jones doesn't take or didn't take plays off. Yeah. Okay. So I can't wait. If that dynamic is going to exist in that locker room with a brand new dude in the room where, get this, his 7 Pro Bowls do bring some equity. Okay? That's an indictment on your OC. And maybe he can help on play designs and getting guys open. Not the current guy you're paying for. Oh. Jesus, criminy. So wait a minute. Tone, I get it, what you're saying, but more voices in the room? Who's the voice with clarity? Come on, Jalen. The quarterback has to have the voice of clarity. Not an old, broken down wideout. And get this. Dude, what he did in the past is no bearing on today. That's old news. That's old news. Now, if you're asking for me with respect that if you allow him to come in and make an input, but are you really hiring him to be a coach? Or what's his role? Okay, so then what's his role? Is he going to take targets from Goddard, Swift, Devontae, and he's going to be involved in play calling or designs of offense? I'm just curious here. Why all this? Well, I keep asking the most important question. Why? Hey, get this. The people that consistently always go to the record are the people that will be disappointed once again at the end of the year when you're holding up a bronze or silver or a participation medal. Nobody cares what your record is. How well are you playing? Do you have a Super Bowl team? Let's say this to you. You think your team's better than last year? Do you think your team's better than last year? How many people think this team's better than last year? Answer. Purdy goes, no. 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 Then how are you going to win a Super Bowl? That's what I talk about here. That's all we're talking. Hey, 22-2. And you don't think you're a Super Bowl team. What's the point? What's the point? Jubba thinks his team is better this year than last year. When your pass defense is one of the worst in the league. Last year, you had a top 10 defense. How can that be? How can you systematically say that? Hey, another fabulous point by Tone. Red Zone says otherwise. Now, you know what? Something that people have been bringing up to me that watch the show on a daily basis that are people like Brian Baldinger. You know what Baldinger said to me? He goes, Sills, I checked into the show. Got to tell you something. Scoring's down across the league, and so is red zone scoring. It's at a 10-year low. The defenses this year in the league are better. And I took that into an account. You know, this may not just be an Eagle thing. This is across the board in the league. Okay? It's across the board that you're seeing defenses catching up, especially in scoring defense, and that's red zone offense. Okay? So you're seeing more of that. You know what I'm saying? And that comes to the coordinators now knowing how to stop these guys. Because you know why? You know why it's easier? Do you know why why would you think that the coordinators have caught up to some of the teams in the league? Why would you think that? That may be true, but to drop from the top of the league, that's right, Tone. The pitfall is too far of a fall. It is. Okay? And the top, yes, it's you don't go from second to 25th in pass defense. I get it. I mean, that's quite a leap. I mean, that's quite a fall. Okay, and then also the red zone offense. Two things that have been completely different this year on your team have been your red zone offense and your pass defense. And that's been why the team right now is not playing Super Bowl quality team. It's not playing Super Bowl quality football. You're not a Super Bowl team. You're like the Cowboys. You'll be a 12, 13-win team, not go anywhere. Or you'll be like the Vikings last year. 22-2 with nothing to show for it. What's the point? What's the point? 22-2. Nothing to show for it. Hey, we're kind of good. No, we're kind of really good. That's who you are right now. You're kind of really good. You have absolutely nothing to show for it. Who's a Super Bowl quality team? Kansas City, because they have the quarterback and the coach. This Dolphin team, I think we're going to find out. I'm starting to believe in Detroit because they have the best win in the NFC this year of any team, including the Niners. Who have you beaten? Who have they beaten? They beat a team you can't beat. And you've had two shots at them. Hey, Tone, can I get that $4.99 posted, please? I want to make sure because I missed it. God forbid we get another offensive injury. Jalen got to get better. Support with managing the backup players to help the team. We'd be 0-6 if we had Ganon still. I don't think 0-6. But your defense would not be in a position that it's in. Okay? Dirty D. Okay? The Lions have the best win in the NFC of any team. You can't post a better win. I mean, the Bucs, they beat the Chiefs in the opener in Kansas City. I don't know. You've had 2 cracks at that team and you can't beat them. Jared Goff went into KC and outplayed Mahomes. That's a quality win. That's funny. You know what's crazy? People will go, hey, who do you think looks more like a Super Bowl contender right now, the Lions or the Eagles? I think that's a great question. And just because you went there last year, I'm talking right now. And one game after you lost, they beat them. Chandler just needed to be better than Quez. Done. Hey, you lost to the Chiefs. The next game, they lose to the Lions. At home. Lions look like a Super Bowl contender. They got to prove it in the postseason. They're going to run away with that North Division. They're going to run away with it. By the way, Aiden Hutchinson, holy shit. That guy's trending to be the Defensive Player of the Year. I can't believe it. Every time I see him, he's in the backfield. Making plays, running down tackles, deflecting passes. He's starting to look like Nick Bosa. Okay? It's a great thing. What will we B-Sills take after the Dolphins lose? You're back on track. I'll bury the lead. You're back on track. You beat the Dolphins, you're back on track. You lose? I'll even give you this. If you in a shootout with them and lose, and hey, get this, like I said, the Jets loss, I don't think any lesser of you. You're still one of the top 2 teams in the NFC. The Lions have a really great win. I don't know, though. I want to see more. There's just too small of a sample size for me to go, that's a good look. Do I think they're better than Dallas? I do. I do think they're better. Fly, what does 0 Super Bowl appearances have to do with a defensive end? He doesn't throw the ball. He doesn't catch it. What's that got to do with him? What does that have anything to do with him? Are you trying to suggest you have somebody on your team better than Nick Bosa? That would be a lie. And made up and phony news. Look at this. JM goes, Detroit does not have a great win. So he thinks going into KC on opening night when they drop the banner is not a big win. Spoken with good authority there. So what's your big win? The Bucs? Seriously then, JM. JM, what's your big win this year? The Lions have a win against Kansas City. What's the Eagles' biggest win this year? Curious. Because I think there's a case to be said for the Dolphins. What's their biggest win? I don't know. Maybe the Rams? So you're putting the Rams in the category of the defending Super Bowl champion Chiefs. The Rams. The 3-3 Rams. and the 5-1 Chiefs. Okay. Well, then 5-1 doesn't matter, does it? If you think that. Then stop bringing your 5-1 up. Because it doesn't. So it's okay to say that your biggest win is against the Rams, even though they're 3-3 and the Lions beating a 5-1 Chiefs team. You're going to put that on the side of your aisle and go, well, the Rams are better than the Chiefs. Solid take. Seals, the Lions won week 1 against a beat-up team. How is that the Lions' issue? And you're hanging your hat on beating a 3-3 Rams team. Terrible. Unbelievable. We beat the Rams and the Bucks. And the Lions beat the Chiefs on opening night. They didn't have Chris Jones. They weren't hurt. Chris Jones wasn't there. Holdout. Kelsey was a little hurt going into that game. He still played well. As I told you for the last couple months, I think Kansas City's beatable. But you haven't proven it yet. You've played them 2 consecutive years, and they beat you at your place and in the Super Bowl. Those are facts. That's not made up. You can't beat Andy. Why? It's not your players. It's your coaching. It's your administration getting in the way. Picking coaches. Empowering coordinators to think that they're as important as Jalen Hurts is laughable. It's a great comment about how these superstar quarterbacks today get anything they want. You know, you change out the coordinator in Baltimore, and he won an MVP with the previous guy. He wanted more spread open offense. The quarterback did. You ever hear John Harbaugh talk shit on Lamar? Never. He understands job security. Just remember something, man. Beat KC. Actually, this will tell me a lot this week about the Dolphins. So the Lions don't have a good win. And you have a better win with a 3-3 Rams team. In week 1 on the road. Okay, let's do this. Who has a worse loss? Who did the Lions lose to? Who'd they lose to? The Lions. Who did the Lions lose to this year? They're 5-1 too. Did they lose to Seattle? Who'd they lose to? It can't be anything worse than what happened on Sunday. So you lost to the 32nd worst passing offense in pro football. And they lost, was it in Seattle? Was it in Seattle or was it at Detroit? At home, okay. In Detroit. That's a tougher place to play in Seattle. And that's something that the Eagles have to do. And I don't know what your record is against Seattle going up there since 2000. That's a tough place to play up there in Seattle. That's going to be quite a test. Every team struggles going up there. I don't know why. It's a tough-ass journey to get up there. The whole thing, man. It's a pain in the ass. Maxon, they lost in overtime? So they lost in overtime to Seattle, and you lost to the Jets and Zach Wilson. How about this? If you don't want to even give them the quality win of the Chiefs, you surely have the shittier loss. Detroit's good. How good? I'm not there yet to go. Could Detroit beat Philly or San Francisco? I don't know, man. I'm not there. I'm not there. Okay? I'm not there. You keep moving the goalposts. You said our best win against the Rams. Who's the best team? You said last week. I was talking about Detroit, though, too. Anyway, Prince, all good. Philly 500 is going to join me at 5:30 Eastern time. Hit the like button. Keep it here on the National Football Show.
Football and Hooters, the perfect pair.
If you own a company and you're not producing a podcast, you're missing out. The public consumes messaging when they're ready. Join the professional podcast network of companies and let JAKIB Media Partners put you in the podcast arena. Come to our professional studio, or we'll come to your place of business and professionally produce your company podcast. Call JAKIB Media right now at 267-261-3428. 267-261-3428.
Heading down the shore. Have a ball once more.
Here, imaginations run wild and time stands still. Because here, you can find the best of the Jersey Shore, all on one 5-mile island. So leave the old you behind and get lost in the woods.
Wild, wild, wild wood days.
Score and save in southeastern PA and Delaware with Colony Pools this football season, and let the experts close your pool with a custom Merlin safety cover in green for the birds. And if you join our Winter Watch team, we'll give you another 20% off, and Colony Pools will handle it all. Keep your tiles on your pool, not in your pool. Fly with Colony right now, birds fans. Visit flywithcolony.com. EAGLES, Eagles.
Philly 500, 5:30 Eastern time. We will talk to our good friend and get his thoughts. You know, I made a comment yesterday as we move on here. I'll get back a little more to this game this weekend with the Birds and the Dolphins here. I made a comment about Shedeur Sanders, and somebody said, Sills, aren't you like supporting? Yeah, no, I am. I just think that his fatherhood is clouding the direction of the program a little bit at the expense of the other guys in the locker room a little bit. And I don't know if I I don't know if you could slam him for that. When you want to do the best thing you possibly could to get your kid drafted as high as he possibly could, I know I would. But you know what? I've got to think that the offensive coordinator of Colorado's got the toughest job on the planet, coaching the head coach, and that head coach, Dion Sanders' kid. You got to think, man, without a doubt, that that's got to be the toughest job on the planet. Okay? Just saying, man. I mean, Seals, what's your take on Caleb Williams? I've been saying he's overrated. I think he's overrated and overhyped, just like the head coach. I don't see – do you really see Patrick Mahomes? What's that guy's most significant win, Fly? Fly, name me a win that mattered with USC. He's a stat guy. I look at Caleb Williams. I don't see it. I just don't see it. I don't see Patrick Mahomes. I mean, he doesn't beat anybody big. That's why I have nothing negative to say about a guy like LeVar Ball. He wanted to elevate the value of his kid as much as possible. Me too, man. I never had a problem with it. I never had a problem with LeVar Ball promoting his kid. Look at what he did. Outside of the kid at Charlotte, the rest of those guys were average. Okay, but then what people want to do is they want to attack his parenting. How do you know what goes on inside the house? You don't know. Well, it can't be a great. How do you know that? You don't know that. You don't know if he's a good parent or not. Those kids look like they're all good, well-adjusted kids, man. Father's just trying to promote him as much as possible. I totally never had a problem with him. So what? He's loud. Big deal. You don't know if he's a good father, but people will attack that because they assume because you act like an ass in public that you're not a good father, and it has you have no context for that. He made every one of his kids millionaires, including himself. How is that a bad thing? I don't get it. If you're talking about parenting versus coaching, I totally had no problem with him. Sills, look at what he did to his kids. He ruined them. How'd he ruin them? They're all driving Ferraris. How do you ruin a kid who's driving a Ferrari? Honestly. Well, look what he did to their careers. They're all living in mansions and driving Ferraris. That's some poor dad. Loki goes, is Dion racist? There is not a racist bone in that dude's body. Dion Sanders is not racist. However, you know what happens when you're a black coach or you're a black leader? All these kids are millionaire. LeVar's a terrible parent, I know. You know what happens when you're a black leader or a black coach, and you get accused of elevating other black assistants because the lack thereof of assistant coaches in college football or in the NFL. Like Dennis Green is a great example of that. Promoting Tony Dungy or giving Mike Tomlin a job or whomever, Herm Edwards and all these guys that came up through really Dennis Green's tree and went through the coaching tree with him. You become a person that they start tagging that you'll only give a job to a black guy. Well, guess what? It's about time you started catching up. It's about time. If I had an entire black coaching staff at the NFL or in college football, it would not be anywhere near the injustices that have gone on in the NFL and college football for 100 years. Gee, you want to call it reparations? I'll call it being right. You know how many great black assistant coaches we were denied? Or black head coaching candidates we were denied the ability to see if they could take teams to another levels? Because you know what they did? They got to a certain point and they quit. They quit because the system quit on them. I've been fighting this. I got into broadcasting for this. One of the reasons I got into broadcasting. Hey, Quan, why don't you call Joe Krause and get Tone a show? I'm sure we have a spot somewhere. I want him to. That's why he's on our show. Okay? This has gone on like this, man. You know what, Trucker? I can't preach too loud. You know what happens when I preach too loud? When I slip up and say something, Trucker, people call me a racist if I say something, and they'll hold it against me. And I don't get to have a disclaimer underneath my Callie Green. Big Sills doesn't do co-hosting with anybody, ever. And I never will. I'll quit. You know why? If I'm going to put my ship in the ocean and sink it, I'm doing it. I'm not having anybody else go down with me. And I've done it for 34 years that way. And it'll be that way until I'm done. I had one guy, and his name is Rod Brooks, California. He was the guy in California that I revere and I love to this day. And it was, like I told you guys before, it was called Ebony and Ivory. Okay? I like you as a solo act, Sills. It's a special talent you have. No one can do what you do. Thank you, Tone. I'll tell you this. This kid's going places. Articulate, smart, great takes, hard worker, family man, most importantly. Loki goes, you ain't a racist. You know what, though, Loki? I wish I could talk more about this topic, but because people get uncomfortable, you know, talking about the lack of African Americans in coaching. 99.9% of the people that are in my business are white, and they get upset. So, you know, I can't go crazy like I used to, because back in the day, I used to go crazy. Who would you rather be coached by? Some retread coach like Hugh Freeze or Dion Sanders? Cody, thank you, my friend. Okay. Thank you, Loki. Loki, you know what, Loki? That's really kind of you. Thank you, my friend. Where people need to stand up for African-American coaches and for people in broadcasting. Okay. Appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Well, that's nice. I could care less who's coaching as long as they're good at what they do. You know, I used to say this all the time to people. I don't want a black coach as my coach. I want the right coach. But unfortunately, that's coming from the perspective of a white guy. Not a guy who doesn't get that choice of words. That's a white guy talking. If I were to say that to Tone or to any of my friends that are minorities, they would look at me and go, well, you're a white guy. What else would you say? Well, I want the right guy. Yeah, but that's a white guy talking. That's a guy with opportunity talking. I don't feel too uncomfortable out there. Don't worry about it. We'll move on. I know some of you are getting a little antsy because it's a topic that some of you probably don't even think about. Death row. Not good. Not, you know, true. Hey, because Italians have African in their blood. Hey, death row, that's what Jerome said. White guys don't run that fast. Very true. You are hep C. Hate you, but stuck with you. LJ, that's so good. Smitty, DNP, hamstring injury? What's that? What's that mean? Hep C is treatable. Yes. Stop with that because, hey, after I ran my 4.81, hey, by the way, couple minutes, we're going to get our friend Philly 500 on. After I ran my 4.81 tone at 285, 289 or whatever it was, Jerome just looked over at me and went like this, man, ain't no chance a white guy that big runs like that. White guys don't run like that. This is 35 years or whatever, 1987. I ran a 4.81. And me and him, he's 304 and I'm 290. And he ran a 4.9 and I ran a 4.81. We had these two enormous dudes back in the day. That was big 30 years ago. That was big 30 years ago. 2 D tackles, 300 pounds. And could run 4.8s. Hey, I'd be hard-pressed to do this. You show me a guy 300 pounds today coming out of college that runs a 4.8 and bench presses 550 pounds. You show me that guy. Let me know when you find him. Hey, you show me that guy. And then you show me the guy who could squat 700 pounds and put his Popeye's chicken box down, having no prep. Used to piss me off beyond all recognition. That guy was just country strong, man. Man, was Jerome country strong. God. I saw him break a baseball bat like Bo Jackson over his leg once. Bam! You're like, shit, this guy's strong, man. He may not be weight room strong. That dude was country, though, man. He was from this place in Brooksville. Man, JB was such a, oh, my God. By the way, I have posted. Hey, let's see here if I could show you some of the Kelly Green. Kelly Green, is it Kelly Green white pants on Sunday? This is on my Twitter. Is it Kelly Green white pants Sunday? Oh, man, Kelly Green white pants. Okay, so check this out. Here's Jerome, and he sacked Vinny. 2 canes. Look at that. Kelly Green. I got another one here. I got another one. Jerome's best friend sent this. Guys, I haven't shown you this. Okay? I haven't shown you this picture. But check this out. I'm at this camp. And this is in Brooksville. Reggie White and everybody. Seth was there. He'll remember. Here's a non-seen picture of Jerome at a camp in Brooksville for the Jerome Brown football camp. I think this was 86, the first year of it. I took that. I took that picture. People go like this, Sills, where's your memorabilia? Where's your Eagle memorabilia? Well, there's a Jerome Brown picture I took at a football camp. Is that good enough for you? This was Tim Jenkins. He took this at the vet as he was walking off the field. Tim Jenkins was Jerome's best friend in Brooksville. And he took this picture as he was walking off the field. I think they were going back in. I think Tim said to me that they were going back in the locker room. And I said I needed some Kelly Green Jerome pictures, and he sent me this over. At the camp. I love that picture. I said, come here, man. Let me take this picture of this kid. There's JB. Reggie was there. Andre Waters was there. Wes Hopkins. Clyde Simmons was there. I think Randall showed up. Hard to get Randall anywhere. So I think you and I guys have a little bit more in common than what you think. 5-star. Oh, God, I can't tell you how many tears I shed for that guy when the 25th of June comes around. Hey, the craziest thing on the planet, man. At June 25th comes around, I took my girlfriend to the funeral. Now she's my wife. And we show up at that place in Brooksville. Every eagle on the planet. Norman Braman, Buddy, all the Canes, everything. It was insanity. Cortez Kennedy was there before he passed away. Russell, Maryland. Every notable. Chris Carter was there, and I think he was in Minnesota at the time. It was a who's who. Hey, Keith Jackson was there. Keith Byers was there. And I know some of you know this, but as we carried his coffin to his resting place, they opened up the box for the final time. This is all about the Kelly Green. Hey, smile. It's not sad. We all took our ties off. And we wanted something, a piece of us to go with him. So we all took our ties off. And we all laid them on top of him. And we said our goodbyes. Quite a man. Those Kelly Greens are going to mean a lot to me on Sunday because they're going to remind me of Jerome. Half Man goes, Sills, how'd you find out about JB's passing? My girlfriend and I were up in Stamford, Connecticut, my home. And Eric Andelsack was killed the same year. He was an offensive guard that played for the Lions. And I knew Eric Andelsack. And they had called me, the Associated Press, on my phone. And my grandfather goes, somebody from the AP's calling. And so I was like, hey, did you hear? I said, yeah, I know about Eric. You know, I can't get to Thibodaux, Louisiana. He goes, no, Jerome. I said, my heart sank. I said, Jerome, what? And he goes like this. Jerome Brown was killed in a car accident with his nephew, Augusta. I said, what? My girlfriend and my grandfather, and Jerome had many meals over at my house at my grandpa's. And had many meals at my grandpa's house. He loved that Italian food, man. Jerome was killed. I'm like, can't be. So I called down to Mr. Brown. The mother's crying in the background. I said, where's the sister? She's driving back from FSU. I'm like, does she know? She was driving back from FSU because she was going to school at FSU. She learned on the radio as she was driving back that her son had been killed in a car wreck. She pulled over the side of the road. We all went to get her. She couldn't drive. She was on the side of a road with cops with her. She couldn't move. Alonzo, myself, and a couple other guys, Melvin Bratton, we brought her back to Brooksville. She couldn't move. Terrible month. It was brutal. Finding out your son was killed like that. Shit, man. Reggie goes like this to me. Reggie told me that he was at some sort of event at the vet. And they came to him as he was getting ready for like some sort of preacher's event. Am I right when I say? Right? Am I right when I say that it was some sort of preacher event. And as he was getting ready to speak at this preacher's event, they told him, and Reggie started crying. Reggie goes, it was the hardest thing he ever did in his life. Him and Jerome were very close. And you know what was crazy? I go back to Philadelphia sometime and I see that thing you guys have at that Lincoln Financial. And I see that 99 above it. And he used to always talk to me when we were on the phone. We would talk for hours on the phone. And he would tell me how great. He goes, I was afraid to come to Philly. I didn't know how they would accept a loudmouth guy like me. And I was like this. And I said, hey, dude, it's a sports town. You know, it's a no shit type of place. He goes, I go, just go in there and play. They want you up there. And he goes, he goes, man, they like me. I go, yeah, because you know why? You're fun. You know, guys, I make this comparison to you. For some of you like Tone, who never got a chance. And hey, Maniac, that's totally one of the things that I can't believe you picked that up. I can't believe you picked that up. I do this. Jerome and I used to do this all the time. But I make this comparison to you. Jerome Brown has the same he would have been the television version of Charles Barkley. He had the personality of Barkley. Like Barkley. Loki goes, can't lie to Penn State fan. I couldn't stand you two. Oh my God. We did talk a lot of shit to you guys, man. We did, man. Oh man. Oh. You know what's crazy though, Loki? I hated those guys forever, and I'm friends with Shane Conlon now, and all those guys, Steve Wisniewski and shit. Now we're all friends. I think it's because you get a little older and you remember what you kind of were doing in that moment there when the most watched college football game of all time. And you realize it was historical of what happened that night in many ways and many reasons, because it was the first national championship game really that was designed to be the national championship game. Okay. They moved the date. They put the game on the 2nd. They moved it off of New Year's. And they took the two undefeateds. We could have went to the Orange Bowl or we could have went to the Cotton. We all decided we're going to go to the Fiesta. And so we played for the national title. It was the first national title game of its kind that was set up that way, where the two teams were picked to go there. So the 87 Fiesta Bowl is the first true national title team game where two teams were pitted against each other. That a game was designed for that one concept. And it was on network television. It was on NBC. So, yes. Kelly Green's baby on Sunday. How you doing? Oh, I got to do this, man. Before I bring my boy Philly 500 up here, I got to show him here. Okay, I got to show him here. Bring him up. Philly 500. Look at the picture of JB at a camp in Brooksville.
Wow. The best, man.
How about this? Wait, here's a Kelly Green for you. My friend Tim Jenkins, who lives in Brooksville, took this to Jerome walking off the field. at the Vet. And this is in honor, again, of Sunday's Kelly Green, because they're wearing the white pants, too.
Yeah. I remember those days, man. Those were very impactful days of my life, watching Jerome and Reggie. And, yeah, I love it, man. I'm very excited about the Kelly Green this week.
You know what? It's kind of a city like Philly bringing something like that back. Don't you agree, Philly? It means more to a fan base like that than, say, some place like L.A. or Miami or something like that, because it does invoke those great times.
It does, yeah. It really does, especially, I think, for the older generation, because for me, I'll be honest, I never got over the switch. I never liked it when it first happened. I didn't like the logo. And so to me, I always think of the Eagles. I always think Kelly Green. That's the first thing I think. I don't think what we play in now. So to me, we haven't played in our jerseys, as far as I'm concerned, in 20-something years. It's great, man. I'm very, very excited. And listen, you're right, because think about it. I mean, the Eagles, they broke records. Philly fans broke records with the amount of sales they did for a third jersey. What are you doing? Come here. Sorry, I have this little.
Oh, that's adorable, dog.
Yeah, look at that.
Look at the beautiful eyes. Oh, and I love the fact that she just bit you. That's great. Wow.
Got a bunch of kittens running around. They want to see what I'm doing. So
I'll say this to you. Okay, so how are you compressing the loss to the Jets? No, wait a minute. Before you answer, I said this the other day, and I said it a little bit today. Dude, I don't have any other. I mean, I don't think any lesser of the Eagles losing a game like that. That, again, there were a ton of mistakes made. There were injuries in the ball game. I look at it. I mean, Philly, I don't think anything different. It's just the way they're going about business right now that I kind of question when it comes to their coaching. That's all I'm saying.
Losses happen. You're not going to go 17-0. I get it. I guess what just bothers me about the whole thing is that if you don't throw that interception at the end of the game, you punt the ball, you'll probably win the game. And you're looking at going a whole game up on San Francisco. I felt like it was just a blown opportunity because of the circumstance of the whole day. I mean, losses happen. They do. You're not going to win every game. But that was a chance to go one up on San Francisco, and have that loss for a rainy day when you got Buffalo, Kansas City, Miami all coming. So I just hate the way it went down at the end. That's what bothers me more than anything.
Okay, you've had 24 hours to process the Julio Jones edition. What's your take on it?
Low risk, high, medium reward. You lose nothing by bringing him in. The way I see it, if 60% Julio Jones, because you're not getting Julio Jones at his best.
No,
right?
They didn't sign Julio Jones.
They didn't sign
Julio Jones.
Right. Well, see, that's the funny thing. These guys like Julio Jones, who are future Hall of Famers, their names at the end of their careers can oftentimes go against them. And what I mean by that is because he's a Hall of Famer and because everybody knows who Julio Jones is, they're going to hold him to that. But he's not that guy anymore. You're right. He's not. But if he's 60% of what he was, is he better than Quez Watkins and Oz? That's the question I have. Because I think 50 to 60% Julio Jones is better than those two receivers. So is it an upgrade at the third wide receiver spot? That's the question. And I would say we'll see. I hope so.
But how about this? It's not so much the 60%.
But if he doesn't work out, what do you lose? You didn't give
a roster spot.
For who?
Here's where I say about it. Okay. So for the last 5 years, he's not been healthy. And you're counting on a guy who's not been really productive in 5 years. And you're signing a guy who was Julio Jones in 2018. I mean, I get was really wide receiver a position you were concerned about? They can't even get the ball to. Do you know Devontae's trending down now for 75 catches and 850 yards now, and Goddard's trending down to 690 yards and less than what he did a year ago, even with missed games, they can't get the ball to those other guys. I didn't know wideout was a priority.
Well, I thought that it was going to be a situation where they think they need a third wide receiver. Once Quez Watkins went on the IR, I thought they would. Now, what you're saying is a whole different issue, really, because they still needed a third wide receiver, even if those guys were producing. You still need to get some.
You're not
production.
happy with the guy from Atlanta?
No. I haven't seen anything that says, "Oh yeah, he's great." He's fine. He's perfect. No, I haven't. Plus, Quez Watkins is on the IR. Who's your fourth receiver? So it's like, what? Covey? You're going to put Covey in at receiver? They needed one, but you were not wrong in that they do need to get more production out of those guys. But I will say this: I love Devontae Smith. I'm his biggest fan, but you got to catch the ball.
Yeah.
You got to catch the ball over the middle. He catches that ball over the middle. He might run for another 10, 15 yards. So it's like, you can't cry if you're dropping the ball. Catch the ball.
Brian Johnson, you know what? When I went back and watched the 22, and I say this to you, one of the reasons why I think this guy's struggling, sometimes I say this either on Twitter or over on the show here all the time. I say this, that Jalen Hurts is a one-read quarterback. I don't believe that anymore. You know what I believe? That Brian Johnson's a one-target coordinator. And here's what I'm saying here is that these quality targets that you look at, and if you're a fan and you see 11 targets for Devontae, or you see 8 targets or 9 targets for Goddard, and then you see the difference in quality of targets for AJ and how he's so wide open, and the majority of the time you're throwing to Devontae towards the sideline or in double coverage or Goddard, these guys are being used more as decoys. And where I got this, Philly, was when I tuned on and turned on the Dolphins and Mike McDaniel and how he gets guys open. Every pass route is to get every wideout open. Our guys, it just looks like Brian Johnson is really putting more of the formula for quality routes towards AJ. And that's why the numbers have gone up since game 2. Don't you agree? Since game 2 in that conversation, Devontae, and I agree with you on the drops, and Goddard have become less a part of the passing game. And they've focused more on one guy and getting him open than the other 2 guys since day 2. Am I wrong?
It sure looks like that. It really, really does. It sure does. Except for that Rams game where Goddard had a big game. I mean, I would say even some of the routes that Devontae Smith is catching balls are 2-yard routes. Why is he running 2-yard routes? It just makes no sense to me. I think they threw a couple balls that was like a 1-yard and 2-yard gain. I would never have Devontae Smith running those short of routes. So there may be a lot of truth to it. I think there's definitely something to it, because it seemed like after that conversation on the sideline, it was like Devontae hasn't had a big game. First 2 weeks, he was absolutely fantastic, and he's kind of faded off a little bit. So I definitely think that there might be something to it.
How about this? In the last, 7 ball games, Jalen Hurts has 9 turnovers, counting the Super Bowl. What do you make of that?
I think it has to do with the coordinator not feeling comfortable, probably what he's doing, and if you're trying to force things into certain guys, sometimes that can create situations where you're going to get turnovers. And I also think that last week, 2 of those interceptions were like, I can't put on Jalen Hurts. The last one definitely was his, and it was horrendous. But, 2 of those, I can tell you right off the bat in that game, Jets game, we're not on him. But I think it has to do with him, and maybe it has to do with him trying to force it to certain players, or always trying to make the big plays instead of taking what they're giving you.
When you say that they're not his fault, you're right, but it's the offense's fault. And I'm going to throw you why. I'm going to put it out here. Why to you? Well, here, I think Hurts has to take – they're not going to get any better coordinating-wise as the season goes on. the only person that can turn Philly. Well, wait a minute. There's a saving grace here. The only guy that can really make this thing better is Hurts, and I'll tell you why. I think he's got to take more ownership of what's going on out there and the play calling and the situational play calling and being more of a leader and denying plays and having more equity in that, because that guy's too inconsistent. And I'll give you an example. So you're looking at the game there against the Jets, and all of a sudden you got the lead, and it's a minute 34 left in the ball game. The Jets have no timeout. The 32nd worst offense in passing has to go with no timeouts, 45 yards if you punt the ball, to try to kick a field goal. Is there anybody on the planet that thinks Zach Wilson, who's going to lead an offense down the field to kick a game-winning field goal against the Eagles? Absolutely not. I'd rather take that chance. But what do? They do this. Let's throw an out pattern with the lead, and the guy jumps the route. They knew it. And get this, even Robert Saleh told that guy Tony Adams goes, the coach has said, he's going to stare him down, jump the route. That's exactly what happened. Why doesn't Hurts go like this? We're not running that play.
He needs to do what the old Buddy Ryan did, right? Buddy Ryan punched his offensive coordinator right in the face on the sideline. We need a little of that. Yeah, I agree. That was such a stupid play. First of all, you don't even need to throw that ball. You just could take the clock off, run the ball, or at worst, you could have rolled Hurts out and said, listen, if there's something there, you can throw it, make the throw. Otherwise, run the ball, go down, just stay in bounds. That's all they had to do, and the game is probably over. So I don't even understand why you would keep him in the pocket like that. I don't even understand that play call on third down. I have some really serious problems with some of the things the offensive coordinator has done. There's no question about it.
How do you stop Tua and this Dolphin offense this weekend?
There's only one way I think you can stop him. You have to get to Tua. You have to chop the head off of the snake. If Tua has time to throw it, Tyreek Hill will kill you. They will kill you. The Eagles love to play 8-9 yards off. What are they going to play? 15 yards off Tyreek Hill this week? So I think the only way is you have to dominate at the line of scrimmage. You have to get pressure on him. You have to hit him early. I think you need to blitz. I think you need to take chances. And I think, if you can do that and you can dominate at the line of scrimmage, also you have to make your offense a run-first offense this week. I think you need to eat up clock. I think you need to have long, sustained drives and keep their offense off the field. I think if they can do those two things, they can win this game.
You have finally officially worn me down on Cowboy Dude. And I'm going to tell you why.
I'm telling you, I tried.
No, I'm going to give you a missing Parsons, a.k.a. Micah Parsons. That's my new name for Micah Parsons, is Missing Parsons. So he comes out and he goes, what's really crazy is that the amount of criticism that we get compared to what the 49ers and the Eagles get is incredible. And I said,
yeah.
Well, when's the last time the 49ers and the Eagles were destroyed in football games? 3 years ago? You're constantly getting destroyed in games. Those teams lose games by a field goal, by injuries, some bad coaching decisions, but nobody's getting killed. You know what I mean?
Right.
I mean, they're getting murdered in games. And then they're going, well, how come they're not looking at well, one, because there's more stink on the Cowboys and there's more yeast on that name than the other guys. But on top of that is, hey, dude, when you take all the praise, you got to take all the criticism too when it comes on the flip end of that. That's a delusional. That is a delusional franchise. Philly 500. Get this. Even the owner came out for the first time. Have you ever heard Jerry Jones do this? Hey, it was sloppy and it was all over the place. We got to be better. We were undisciplined. You never hear Jerry Jones because I think he thinks there's too much talking coming out of that joint.
Yeah, well, that's what the Cowboys do. I mean, just let's go back to week 2, right? Week 2, they're 2-0, and everybody wanted us to bend the knee. I remember coming on going, I'm not bending the knee yet. The Dallas ain't nothing. And this is what they always do. This is what they've done for 30 years. they're always better than they think they are, and when they lose, it's because of everybody else's fault. Delusional. You're right. They are the most delusional fan base in the league.
If you have to build a passing offense around either Tua or Jalen Hurts, who are you taking?
Man, you put me on the spot like that. Well, I'll say this. You give me the Miami's coach and their coordinators and their offense, I'll take Jalen Hurts.
Oh, wait a minute now. So you're not a big fan of Nick Sirianni?
I like Nick Sirianni. I don't like the offensive coordinator. I don't like what I've seen from the offensive coordinator. You know, you have a team like Miami, they find a way to use Devin A-Chain right away before he got hurt, right? This rookie comes in, he's tearing up. You get a guy like DeAndre Swift, you take him out for 2-3 drives at a time. It just makes no sense to me how they do some things. And if you look at the offense that Miami runs and the way those guys are getting open, I believe if you put those guys with this Eagles team, I think Jalen Hurts would be tearing it up too. I think the problems lie with the coaching staff, especially the offensive coordinator, more so than Jalen Hurts.
So the coach, and you believe that the sputtering of the offense is because of coaching.
Yes. I believe because they're trying to make Jalen Hurts do things that, maybe he didn't do last year. I think they should really go back to a lot of the things that they were doing last year. Why change something that wasn't broke? Why do you take a DeAndre Swift out of the game when he's destroying teams? Why do you take him out for 2-3 series at a time and put Gainwell in there when you're inside the 10? Like, things like that just make no sense to me. I watch this game and I watch some of the things the Eagles do and I go, you just cost yourself that drive. It wasn't the defense, it was the play calling, or it was the personnel that's on the field. I have problems with that.
One of my guys in here who I really like talking to says that Derrick Henry's available.
Yes.
Do you have interest in Derrick Henry?
I do. I think, listen, I think that Derrick
that
Henry,
would end your red zone problems.
That's my main thing. DeAndre Swift between the 20s, put Derrick Henry out there. Rather Derrick Henry on the goal line than Kenneth Gainwell. No Gainwell. That's what I call him. No, yeah, I would be interested. I think the Eagles need to do something like that because I think they move the ball. They move the ball fairly well between the 20s. It's the sputtering in the red zone that really has cost them. That ends with Derrick Henry.
Dude, you could
extend
Derrick Henry's career. Here's what you would do. You probably have to give a higher pickup because you would want them to pick up the majority of the salary. And you would give them probably a 3 for him. And I would like to give him a 4, but that would mean that you'd have to pick up a lot of the money and you don't have a lot of room with the cap right now. They have it already built into their cap.
Well, how much, the question I would have is how much would you have to pay that cap? Because because the Titans have to pick up at least half of the cap for this year, right?
I would want you to pick more of that.
See, if
you pick up more of the cap, you're going to have to give more of a quality pickup. Now, if you're going to take on the money, you give lesser of the pick.
Right.
You see how that works?
Yeah. But I mean, listen, when you're 5-1 and you have just came off a Super Bowl, right? This is a Super Bowl team. Most teams that lose the Super Bowl struggle. This team's still 5-1. You got your biggest games ahead of you. I think you have a conference where I think there's only 3 real contenders in the NFC: the Eagles, Niners, and Detroit. I think you've got to take a shot. You can't worry about the money and the cap and things like that. You got to go try to win a Super Bowl. So to me, if Derrick Henry, if you can make it work, I think you got to do it. If you can. Now, is it the most pressing need on their roster? No. But if you can find a way to get
pressing.
The red zone is pressing, and maybe that's another reason why they got Julio Jones down there for red zone situations. But I think you got to take a shot. You're 5-1. You're trying to win a Super Bowl here. Do whatever you can to win. We want the players to go out and do all this stuff and play to their ability. Well, I want my GM to pull the trigger when it's the right time. Right now, you're in win now mode. So I say do it.
Absolutely. Philly, tell the folks where they can find you.
Just
so they
type
can
in
watch
Philly.
a fabulous show.
Just type in Philly 500. We'll be talking more about Derrick Henry in today's video. So just type in Philly 500. You can find me there.
Gotcha, brother. Thank you so much for always finding
Thank
time.
you, Sills.
We so appreciate it. Thank you, my friend.
Appreciate you, man.
All right, my
Peace.
friends, do me a favor. We really appreciate it. Please hit the like button. Keep it here on the National Football Show.
Football and Hooters, the perfect pair.
If you own a company and you're not producing a podcast, you're missing out. The public consumes messaging when they're ready. Join the professional podcast network of companies and let JAKIB Media Partners put you in the podcast arena. Come to our professional studio or we'll come to your place of business and professionally produce your company podcast. Call JAKIB Media right now at 267-261-3428. 267-261-3428.
Heading down the shore. Have a ball once more.
Here, imaginations run wild and time stands still. Because here, you can find the best of the Jersey Shore, all on one 5-mile island. So leave the old you behind and get lost in the woods.
Wild, wild, wild wood days.
Score and save at Southeastern PA and Delaware with Colony Pools this football season, and let the experts close your pool with a custom Merlin safety cover in green for the birds. And if you join our Winter Watch team, we'll give you another 20% off, and Colony Pools will handle it all. Keep your tiles on your pool, not in your pool. Fly with Colony right now, Birds fans. Visit flywithcolony.com. EAGLES, Eagles.
Big Sills. As many of you know, I have a NFL alumni Defensive Player of the Year and MVP vote. You know, those NFL honors shows you see? Well, a lot of the alumni guys have a vote on who they would pick for Player of the Year. And my first ballot went in, and I put these players down. Here are my 10 players. I haven't done the MVP yet. Here are my candidates for the Defensive Player of the Year. And I got 10 of them. Number 10, I got Trey Hendrickson, Bengals. Underrated. I really love this kid. I think he's a good football player, and I think he's underrated. Number 9, I got Aaron Donald, Rams. Outside of the Eagle game, I really think he had a pretty good year so far, and I think he's doing a spectacular job. Number 8, I got Max Crosby, Raiders. He's a really good, underrated player. And I'll tell you what, the Raider defense looks pretty good this year. Better than what I thought it was going to be. Number 7, I got Jalen Carter. Have I seen a more dominant defensive tackle this year than him? Has there been another defensive tackle in the NFL more dominant than him? I don't think so. I just don't. I think he's playing the best. Get this. If I were to pick an all-pro team, he's my all-pro D tackle. And I think sometimes the rookie stigma, being on that, it kind of like jades people's thoughts. Look at Jalen Carter as an NFL player now. Okay? I don't think Hargrave's playing better than him. I just don't. I'm not saying Hargrave's having a bad year. I think Carter's having a better one. Number 6, I got Nick Bosa here, 49ers. Watch him in games. He's really just so technically sound. He's so lengthy. He makes great impact plays. He's a really good defensive end. Number 5, the best linebacker in pro football is Fred Warner, and it is not close. Fred Warner is so good of a middle linebacker. It's frightening. I mean, Roquan Smith is good. This kid, Fred Warner, hey, where did he go to school? Does anybody know just off the hand where he went to school, Fred Warner? He is such a dynamic sideline to sideline, interceptions, knocking guys out, refuses to give up any yardage in the run game. He is just so dynamic. Anybody know what school he went to? He is such – get out. He's a BYU kid? Wow, that's fantastic. Anthony, that's why, Anthony, for you to get a guy like Derrick Henry, you have to give up a higher draft choice so that Tennessee would take the majority of the money. Now, if you're going to acquire Derrick Henry and the dough, you probably give a 4th up, but you're going to have to give up a significant pick because the money's high. Just remember that. But if money's involved on one end or the other, the draft pick has to go to Tennessee at a higher pick if they're picking the money up, because they're not going to do both. Pick the money up and take a shitty pick. Why would they do it? They'd rather just keep the guy on the team. Number 4, I got Aiden Hutchinson here, Lions. This guy's wearing on me, man. I'm starting to think he's getting better and better and better and better. Swat down passes, sacks, pressures, runs plays down from behind. He is good, man. You know what? I didn't think he'd have this kind of impact in the NFL. Okay? He's really a great football player. I hated doing this, but missing Parsons. I got him here 3rd, Cowboys. I don't want to give him any more pub. I got TJ Watt 2nd from the Steelers. And my number 1 candidate right now, as we're almost at the halfway point for Defensive Player of the Year, is Myles Garrett. If Myles Garrett played in Philly, or if he played in Dallas, or if he played in Los Angeles or New York, you'd be talking Lawrence Taylor. He is that good a football player. He's the best defensive player in the league right now. And he should be your Defensive Player of the Year, not the guy in Dallas The guy in Dallas doesn't show up like Garrett does. Garrett plays the run. Garrett plays the pass. Garrett sacks the quarterback. He's spectacular, man. He's the best. I think him and Warner are playing some of the best ball in the league right now. And I would put Carter interior. Okay? And I would put Carter in there too. All right. Appreciate it, guys. You guys were absolutely awesome as always. Please hit the like button. Xander, Big Joe, we so appreciate it. Tone, great work as always. Thank you, my friend. You kicked some ass today. Again, tomorrow, 2 to 6 Eastern time. And we shall see you on the flip side.
Football and Hooters, the perfect pair.